Be hungry for it. Alright, let's get to it. Speaking of hunger, I have been itching to play this map ever since I set eyes on it. It's Carthago Restituit. Don't know how I meant to say that, but I'm sure that's not important. Gotta load it through a save game, that's a-okay. Let's look at it, talk about it, and say why I'm so excited to play it. Okay, so... hard to get an overview of the map when we're zoomed in like this. I wish we had the Augustus feature to zoom out. But yeah, this map is really incredible. I have a lot to talk about it, but before I do any of that, I should say what Caesar has to tell us. I have a note here from Toga Boy himself. Hang on, can I actually bring up the note from Toga Boy himself? I'm sure I can. I doubt anything's stopping me. Hold that thought. Ooh, I think I can get it right here. Hold your horses. Also gives us a better overview of the map itself. Oh yeah, this looks good. This looks real good. Boom. Alright, you just close down a wee bit and come down a wee bit more. So here we go. This is our map, as it is on the Caesar Heaven, which is a rather old place where a lot of golden oldies still get together and talk about Caesar 3. And this one's made by Sudazima. Apparently they'd poked me about it ages ago and I'd managed to forget, because I forget a lot of things in my dotage, but that's not important. Ave! After Carthago was delanda ested in 146 BC, Imperator Gaius Julius Caesar has ordered the city to be rebuilt in 49 BC. What were they calling it before BC? Obviously they didn't know Christ was coming. By your predecessor no less, who is currently serving on a private galley back to Rome, you're chosen. To finish the project, I grant you a great loan, emphasizing loan, to do so. Carthaginian elements still roam, be careful. All the engineers who build the Hippodrome, Colosseum, and Senate have been arrested for treason. Your job is to make a grand city. No pitiful temples here. Rebuild the great harbour. Staunchly defend your precious city at all costs. I give you the world. I expect even more. SPQR, Caesar's orders. What notes do we have from Sudazima here? The terrain and exact placement has been carefully recreated from Carthage maps. Your first Caesar 3 map, which makes it all the more baffling that it's as good as it appears. I also work as a game dev semi-professionally. Well, there we go. Hope you like it. Should be reasonably hard. Oh, it's going to be hard. I know it's going to be hard. We've got some features here. There are several buildings that cannot be rebuilt at the very start. That's going to be our Senate, our Hippodrome, and the Colosseum. We have invasions from multiple directions early. Okay, good to know. High starting denarii. I'm always very happy at that, and it's not as easy as it might sound. A lot of people try to give me hard maps by giving me very little starting denarii. I don't think that's good difficulty. It just means you're stuck in squalor for longer as you make money. Okay, that also sounds hard, but trust me, high starting denarii and higher challenge is just better. Front load things. Changing trade opportunities. I didn't read that first time I looked at that. Now I'm going to have to rethink some things. High prosperity gold without plaza and statues. You say high, I'd say highest. You want 100 prosperity. Little space for mining, great fishing, average earthquake halfway through. Ooh, no small temples. Alright, thanks for the information. Let's look at the map and try and suss out what we do with all this. Low gold at the start is just a temporary noise. Yeah, 7,000 starting down. Anything between 4,000 and 8 or even 9,000 is perfectly fine starting denarii by me. I've gone as low as 600 starting denarii. And yeah, it's not as fun or funny as it might sound. Right, so very important is to keep the Hippodrome and Colosseum around. Without them, I won't be able to hit this prosperity goal of 100. I suppose I could squeeze it out if one of them burned down. But how about we have none of them burn down? The Senate is vital. The Senate is my only way of getting taxes. I've been so excited about this map. For the past 2 days, I spent easily an hour just staring at it and trying to figure out placements and things. There's also an amphitheater and a theater over here, but we can build amphitheaters and theaters, so I think the... Okay, it's animated, I don't know why, no one's working there. I think the clever thing to do is just to get rid of both of them. Maybe not the road. I might need that road. I don't want to waste any money that I don't have to. If any of these get destroyed or deleted accidentally, it is back to 1444, or at least back to whatever save I have, because I will not tolerate that. Let's just get ourselves to something we can look through these with. So I immediately need to station some people here with a prefect and engineer to make sure these don't burn down. Ditto for the Senate. Alright, I can do all these things, one can assume. However, I don't actually want road access to these for various other reasons. Also, might not be apparent, in fact you wouldn't think this just by looking at the map, but the grounds underneath these buildings are fertile, so you can build adjacent farms next to them. I don't know if that's intended, but it's certainly something I'll be taking advantage of. Not all the way around though, which makes me think it isn't intended. That, or maybe Sudazima used it as a way to guide where the buildings go, but that doesn't sound right either. Ooh, I wasn't aware I could get a farm over here. So I can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 farms around you. Make that 8, potentially 9. Okay. That gives me ideas for this. I got placement ideas for you then. Okay. There's a lot to cover that makes this map exciting. Let's talk about the available buildings, shall we? We've got all the water, we've got all the health. No small temples. I play with god effects off so that I don't get to abuse the god blessings, but that doesn't change the fact that I do need marble if I want to evolve my buildings quickly, and I will want to do so. Also, it means that if I want to just add access to gods, this thing has more than double the physical footprint of a small temple, so it's going to hurt on space, although they are very good for desirability. We don't get native mission huts, which is good and bad. Actually, it's all bad, but it's good to me because I don't like doing native trading. It's far too powerful. And we've got loads of natives over here, and I think they're only there. We can always go risks native to double check. Yes, they are only over here, and they cover most of this land. That might not seem like a problem. There are a couple of things this land has. A few things, actually. It's got water. It's actually difficult to get to on this map, despite the massive shoreline that we have. And also, they are blocking access to marble. There's a tiny little rock here that'll allow marble mining. More on that later. As we saw before, we cannot build a hippodrome or a Colosseum, but we can build the Chariot Maker, the Linehouse, and the Gladiator School. Hope to God there's no Gladiator Revolt on this map. I'm sure they would have put it on the note of the game like they did the Earthquake. Very lacking in government buildings or administration buildings we can have. I can only build my own home. No statues, no forum. It's pretty rough. Taxation can only be done here around the Senate, meaning that it's almost a no-brainer that the Patricians go here. It's a little good, it's elevated land, so they get an increase in desirability of their buildings, but it's very sparse on space. You might think, oh, but there's all this space, but then farmland is here. I'll talk about placement of farmland in a wee bit. I don't see anything missing from the engineer buildings other than Plaza. Plaza is very strong, so I'm going to be sad to be without it. I see all the military buildings. Military Academy, thank goodness. If we're fighting Carthaginians and their giant war elephants, that'll be a pain. And there's Sudazima, the architect behind this. Possibly the most cruel thing we have here is that even though we're in Carthage, we cannot produce grain. The breadbasket of the Empire isn't actually giving any bread. The reason that is horrible is that grain produces at twice the rate of other farmed goods. So you can get a lot more out of a lot less. With only fruit as my available food, it's going to be very difficult to feed the 8,500 population requirement. Which might be mad given the amount of farmland there is, but let's talk about it. The farmland here is very sparse, very awkwardly placed, and competes with the best fishing area here. So fishing is definitely going to be the priority. Fruit is also an export, as are olives and oil and wine. So the farmland is fighting both to feed my people and to feed my coffers. On top of that, we've got a large amount over here and a few bits over here, but this is an obvious invasion zone, so I'm very unhappy to build around here. Might be able to squeeze my building back to about here if I wall this up, but I don't think it's going to be somewhere that's easily accessible by my legions, who I will intend to place here. This is by far the best farming area, but the places for building plebes is kind of limited and awkward here. It's narrow, it's L-shaped, and here's another obvious invasion point, so I'm kind of not able to build here whatsoever. If I build here, they'll immediately aggro and start destroying my city. Peace requirement of 50, but I only have 300 months to do this, so I can't really afford hits to my peace rating. So I have to consider this no man's land and be building up here. Not impossible, but it's still going to be tough to shove people in here. Also, one farm has a footprint of 3x3 and feeds 160 people. That's a lot of farms to feed 8,500. Man, I thought about how I missed Caesar 3 streams just yesterday, and here you are. Yeah, Caesar 3's back on the menu. I've got a lot of built-up excitement for the game, and I'm chewing my way through custom maps. Probably do one a week for the foreseeable future. No idea when I'll stop. There's also farmland here, extremely awkward. So yes, there's lots of farmland that's very awkwardly placed, and I love that on a map. Having a place where food is difficult doesn't just mean sparse farmland. Food does not travel well in Caesar 3. If you build loads of food over here, it's really difficult to feed people over here with it. Really difficult indeed. Getting granaries are very slow at moving food. Food throughput is bad and hard. How about fishing? Lots of opportunities for excellent fishing points around here, but again, awkwardly placed. Doesn't matter if I can grind out food for thousands of people here if I can't actually get them to people that can eat. Fortunately, there's a lot of space over here. It's not unthinkable to fish here, store it up in granaries here, and feed a large amount of people in this area. But again, very obvious invasion point here, so I can't build too close to this area. Yeah, actually how I end up building the city is going to be a very difficult puzzle to suss out. How about trade opportunities? I can sell marble, I can sell olive oil, olives, and wine, and I can sell fruit and fish, the prices of which are all vanilla, but we have been told that the trade opportunities will change. For the better or for the worse, I don't know. But what about that marble? It's the only raw resource that we're able to gain here. And at a glance you might think, well, look at all these rocks we have available. Well, they're not rocks, are they? They're raised land, which is different. Still scars the landscape, and you still can't build on it. But it does not allow for mining. We've been told there'll be an earthquake, but it's going to be halfway through, and I need marble now. So the question is, where can you get marble? Well, I spent quite a long time scouring about this map, finding where it can be done. We've got this cheeky rock here, but it's just out of reach for our marble building. Sudazuma really put some thought into this one. But it looks like I definitely want to get the marble off of here. So we'll have a mini industry place here. It's not unthinkable to also put the farms here for putting out olives and wine. But I don't want to invest in that because I want to use this place for feeding people. I'd like to set up a lot of farms here and a lot of houses probably up along here and then a big wall here to keep the Carthaginian menace out. Meaning this is probably suicide to build on, same with this, because this all looks like an invasion point. This, on the other hand, is quite a safe way around it. The enemies can't cross water, so pretty safe to build around here. Lots of opportunity for marbling here, but it's in a very awkward place. Can be bridged over to, so it could be done here. I might just use this rock because there are other opportunities we have, such as this area here. Oh, crumbs, I did not mean to do that. I think I just wasted 30 denarii there. Now what I wanted to do was show that this is marble quarryable. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That sees to our exports, but, and there's always a but, I don't think it'll be enough. Caesar's almost certainly going to be requesting marble off of us, and I'm going to need marble for all of my religious stuff, so I think I'm going to want, yeah, the 4 there, max out the exports, but also more marble. There is over here, not here, here, and I'll most likely be doing that. Where else can be dug out, though? I did a lot of testing and fiddling to force players to make a city that actually looks like historical Carthage at the end, says Sudazima. We'll see how historical mine ends up looking. Marble opportunity over here. Seems like suicide. This is a very obvious invasion point. But I have a little trick here. A cool trick, if you will. The natives think of this land as their own, but there is just enough space to squeeze in an additional 2 marble quarries. One here, one here. Then you can build a road, which natives don't mind, over to here, and have a little warehouse and some labor access. I thought long and hard how to make actual, at least casa level buildings over here. I could not get it to work. I tried a whole lot, and without forced walkers I could not see a way to actually get casa over here to both provide labor for the marble quarry and also get all the goods they need. And I tried a lot of permutations, because you would need a farm here, so I tried to squeeze in a fruit farm here, granary here, and I was like, oh, I need water, so what if we put the reservoir over here? Yeah, couldn't get it to work. If you can, all more power to you, but I will set up a little slum here just to get the marble flowing, because I will need money rapidly, even though we have all this dosh coming in. We are only on an engineer's salary. I'm going to bring that down to clerk's salary, just so Imperial Favors falls a little slower. Let's also bump up wages and remove taxes altogether. Won't be taxing people for a long time. Also, this Senate. And get rid of the road to the Senate. But I do want it to not be taking horrible fire damage, so I think I'm going to want a prefect and an engineer right here. And they're just going to have a short walk along here. And I guess I'm going to want probably just 1 or 2 tents around here. More wouldn't hurt though, because I'm going to need quite a bit of labor around here. So. I'm going to do this, and this, and this. This is a little trick to get more people in faster, because I know that these will merge, because I can take a quick look at the terrain here and easily tell where merger, well, not easily, but I can tell where merger points are and are not. I also need to consider how I'm going to set up this area, because I think this is where my farming industry is going to go, at least for now. Might change later on, because I feel like there's going to be a squeeze on population and feeding said population, and this is a very nice place for a lot of farms. Troubling, but if it doesn't go here, where would my industry go? My agricultural industry, that is. Opportunity for it over here, but I can always replace some later on, especially olives, because I want to max exports of olives. That price could go up or down, depends what Sudazima put in. If they go up, I can keep them. If they go down, I can replace them with fruit and then feed people to live in castas here, but I think that's what I'll do. Right, let me think about the layout here. There are going to be farms coming along here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, alright. They're going to come along like so. Here, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Alright. I've already lost my count. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I want 3 away from you. Is that right? I just have no short-term memory. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, come directly along from there. You're going to hit into another farm right here. And 1, 2, 3. There we go. Need to make sure this road comes next to the hippodrome, but not quite into it. Otherwise, it's going to get labor, and I don't want it to get labor. Not at all. Gonna need some more around here. Well, I don't need these ones right now, do I? What I could reasonably do is have this come around like so. Maybe not to there, though. I want a farm here. 1, 2, 3, alright. A lot of intricate building going on here, even though I've not actually done anything yet. Trust me, it might work eventually. He's thinking real hard. Right, something like that should work. Need to get some labor in here. I need to get 3 prefects or so just to patrol the streets well, because this stuff's going to want to burn up. But that should be okay. Good strip down the middle here for mergers. Just look very closely and see where the pink pixels are. There's one here, so this isn't going to be a merger. But you likely will. You won't. You will. I think you will. If I'm wrong about these, then I'm wrong about these. I've been wrong about many things in my life. But I do hate to be wrong about Caesar 3. Alright, didn't mean to put that last one down, but I did. There we go, that should sort out labor around here. 1 engineer should be sufficient for doing everything here. I'll just shove you down over there. As for the prefects, we need quite a lot of prefects. Do not ever trust tents not to burn down, and like I said, these are vital, they must not burn. This should be fine because it's a very short area. One could even convince oneself to do a loop here, but I won't. Can you mine salt on this map? No, you can't mine salt on any map, but I'm sure you're joshing me. Okay, that's fine for initial planning and initial people coming in. What do we do for actual settlement, food production, and industry? Well, more industry. So worth noting that we have seaborne trade. The seaborne trade deals in fruit and fish for export, but most importantly, it's my only way to get my hands on iron and weapons. I'd never import fully made weapons. Import the iron and make them yourselves. It's just that much better. If I need wood and clay for pottery, then I can and will get it by land from Thamagadi. But these exports, even though they're not high-value goods, I still see them as very important. Within 1 year of export, they'll have paid off the cost of opening the route, and then from then on, it's just raw profit. And we're going to need profit, so I suspect what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear out all the trees, because I don't cut wood in this game, or this level, so I can cut down trees with impunity. I'm always sad to cut down trees that I didn't have to cut down. Cities look so much nicer when the forests are preserved, but I like to give myself space to work with, especially when I'm doing a live run. So I've thought a long time about where to put my buildings here, and I reckon the dock goes here. Could go here. Is it going to have a problem with ships arriving if it's there? That's 100 denarii I don't want to waste on a mistake. I guess I will push it out a bit more. There's a fishing point here, and since I want to export fish, I reckon a wharf here, here, and here can take care of all my fishing needs. I'll need to get someone around here making boats for me, maybe out here to bring him over here. Makes sense. And this looks like a very obvious invasion point, but I'm going to squeeze my way in and wall it off as close as I can to here. Yeah, where does the dock go? A difficult question of where the dock goes. So where are our possible positions? I like this for a number of reasons. Mostly it's out of the way of really good food production. So yeah, I can do other industry over here. This place is all amazing for food, but the dock could go here or here. Maybe that's where it's meant to go, perhaps more historically. Could we migrate it over there later on? Maybe, but this is like the only place the dock can go around here. There's an opportunity over here. And like I said, there's all this wonderful space for farming, but we only export fruit here, not the wine or the oil. And I really want to use this for feeding a population center here, and they won't want to be all the industry. It's also over here. Seems like suicide. This is an obvious invasion point, so yeah, I'm going to put it over here. Not right now, though. Speaking of invasion points, this seems most likely. This is possible. I don't know why it would be an invasion point, considering the natives are all here. I mean, there's already a risk to have it, but it's whether or not any of this is an invasion point is a moot point, because I'm not building around. Actually, I am building here, aren't I? But it's only a small amount. It's fine if that gets trashed. This seems highly likely. This is obviously an invasion point. Why else would there be stairs leading right down to it? And this seems like an obvious invasion point. They obviously can't come in from the water. So we're essentially attacked on all sides, meaning I need a central army. Army will either go here or here. This place is nicer for space. This is nicer for reaction. They'll easily react to anything over here. If I get enough walls here, this will be fine. And I want it closer to this side so they can react here and here. So yeah, I'll probably have them just on this side of the hippodrome, making this whole area very unappealing to live in, but I still have all this area to build up if I want to transition into fruit production. So yeah, there are ideas there, and they're good ideas. Just realized I'd probably rather have a loop around here so I got plenty of space for my industries. Not necessary now, but I will want to set that up quite soon, won't I? Okay, what else are we going to do? I don't really want to set up my buildings until I have a population center, but it's hard to set up a population center without knowing where your buildings go. What I'll probably do is I'll just throw down a slum right about here somewhere. I always like my initial slum to be close to the immigration point so I get lots of people in quickly. Maybe make like an L shape for slum around here. That'll give me a population center to work with for employing people, and then I can slowly transition them into actual houses, because my first plan for a proper setup of casa, and it will be small casa we have until we have our luxury palaces. I use the employment to build up a lot of fishing around here, fish, fill up the granaries, and then feed a lot of people here, as many as I can, really. It's hard to calculate how much food you get out of a wharf, especially when these fishing points look extremely close. It's going to be difficult, as in knowing how many people to have here, but as many as possible. And then once I have all the people and my industries set up, we make sure our military is top-notch. And then it's going to be a decision between setting up patricians or setting up another plebe block here. Very difficult decision, because I don't know how much space my patricians are going to need, and I don't know how many plebes I can fit in here. Difficult map, lots to think about, and I love that! This is the best kind of difficulty you can have in Caesar 3. It's not massive invasions, although it could well be. It's not no money, it's okay, here's the resources, how are you going to build your city? Right, slum town first. It always makes me a bit sad to be building up slum towns, but needs must. And we must need. Right, first things first, get a few people in to go into these buildings, because it's important to get them first. Very important that none of this stuff burns down. So once a few immigrants are coming in, I know they're going to be going for these houses.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Well, if you see parallels between mining out my marble down in the pits for me and taming lions, then you're in for a pretty good time. Now I want this marble up immediately, so... Marble, 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 marble. That's not where the natives think their land is. 4 is all I can get in here. 4 is okay. 4 is fine. Can I clear away some of this garbage and potentially make a loop for my slums? Do, 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 do. That's fine. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, blip. And just shove loads of people in here. They don't want to live here, I get that, but I need them to live here. So it doesn't really matter what they get. Make sure that they have some doctoring, make sure that there is an engineer. And then make absolutely sure none of this burns down. So prefect goes here to ensure that this never burns down. And probably 3 prefects are assigned to doing this loop-de-loop. Because tents burn down very rapidly. That should be okay. So there's the initial people coming in. And then once they're in, we still have enough money, so it's not going to be too much of a big deal to build up our industry, which is good. I need to get it going fast. Any tips for map design if you want to heavily encourage the player to move on from tents as quickly as possible? Make sure they have enough money to do so. And make the export economy really grim so that they can't just rely on tent labor. Give them no incentive to make a slum. My incentive to make an initial slum here is that there are good exports that I want to maximize as quickly as possible for income. There's olives, there's wine, there's oil, there's marble, and then there's food, which I can at least put out in relative bulk. So that encourages me to do this. I wouldn't build a slum if I was incentivized to very quickly have high-level places for me to tax. So ensure that you give access to a forum for your player and not many export opportunities. Then they will want to build up from a slum quickly. Alternatively, give them a very short deadline to get 100 prosperity. Then they can't hang around with tents. That's a little harder to judge though, so I'd say force it economically. Yeah, in the end, all progress is driven by economy. So in they go, lots of mergers here, which is good and bad. These have come together. Now watch my cool trick. See these? That's going to merge. Donk. That's going to merge. Donk. And that's going to merge. Donk is a cool trick that I saw another player do. I forget if it was Troglu or Whisperwind or whoever. Should have maybe done that later when they had more people over here, so I'll do these ones later on. Mergers are almost always better than no. Oh my god, please don't let that burn down. There we go, there we go. They walk from edge to edge and prevent the burnings. It is, no kidding, back to 1444 if this all burns down. So, let's say... Oh, wait, do I have insert on? There we go. Carthago Restituit. Ave, Jake, says Ninja. Forgot to hide my tab with the stream and the kids spotted it. Now they're demanding not only Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe, but also Caesar 3. Maybe there's hope for the youth. Hope is there to be dashed, Ninja. Right, I actually didn't intend for my marble quarries to be working immediately. But I suppose it's no bad thing that they do. We're going to have lots of people coming in soon enough. Where, oh where does the warehouse go? I'm thinking over here. I'm still thinking over here. I will put it over here. I might regret this later on. There we go. I'm also going to set up the additional marbling over here, but once I have the people in.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer. Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
It's the opening to Avenue Q. Right, I did know this was coming. It was a loan after all. It's funny, I'm pretty sure he didn't give me 10,000 denarii at the start. I think he's subtracting some of the cost of these buildings. Hippodrome, as we know, is 2,500 denarii. 500 for a Colosseum. How much is it for a Senate again? 400? Okay, good. We have unemployment. Hey, that's right. Unemployment is good. So let's also ensure that we have this. Make sure that we work around where the crime is. Not the crime. They're not criminals. They're just natives. There, that's what I'm looking for. Nice little cool trick, this. Natives do not mind you building roads on their land. They mind just about everything else, though. Let's make sure that we can get a nice little merger over here. That looks like a merger point if ever I saw one, so bleep. I'm a really nice guy, so I'm actually going to give them water, although not yet. And then give them an engineer post, and do not skimp on the prefects. Actually, one prefect should be fine. He's going to walk down there and walk back. I can't imagine this thing bursting into flames during that time. Oh, but of course, we need a warehouse here. And did I leave myself enough space for a warehouse? Barely, but yes. I'll build that later on, you know, once I've forgotten and wasted all that marble production time. Very important to keep an eye on the fire, make sure my prefects are doing their jobs. Desert maps require so many prefects, because they are volatile. Plenty of people here, so let the merging begin. Merge, merge, and merge. So the reason, and it's a bit of a micro-optimization here, the reason we want to build 3 of these and then merge them is because each empty plot gets a migrant coming towards it. So this one got their migrants to get 5, this one got to 5, this one got to 5. But if it merges, it will only get 1 migrant, and that will actually delete the migrants that were on their way to the other one. So if I had 3 migrants coming over towards these 3 tents and a 4th migrant coming towards this one, when it merges, blip, 3 of those 4 migrants would go away. And I would lose some of those people coming in. I would have to wait on additional of them coming in one by one. That might not seem relevant, and 99% of the time it's not, but sometimes you just really want that extra push. Now, one thing is, because I play with god effects off, I'm not actually scared of the gods killing me for not placating them right now. Look how angry they are. You could say that that's a bit of a way that I'm cheesing the game, so to offset any issues I will build an oracle at personal expense. I don't have to for my settings, but just so that you don't say, ooh, if you'd played this with god effects on, the gods would have caned you. Well, there's an oracle. We have inflation on. Rome pays more wages. Rome pays 4 additional wages. Scary stuff. I will match that and then beat it by 1, like a car dealership. We have a little bit more unemployment once again, so let's get our warehouse right here. Pretty sure that's not where my native criminals consider their own land. Good. Once again, you will also accept the marble. I'm going to have you get marble. And then I'll come over here, and then that will probably be our initial export, won't it? No good reason not to make it that. We're in August. I want to max out export numbers wherever possible, so I'm going to open the trade route and tell my advisor to sell every bit of marble that I can. Still tempted to make additional marble over here, though. Bit of a stretch and a wee bit of an investment, especially when I should be working on my fish exports as well. But thinking about it, it's only 15 marble per year, and you can see to that with a little over 3 mines, and I've got 6, so I don't need the mines over here, at least not now. If the amount of marble that we can export goes up, I can expand. If Caesar demands outrageous amounts of marble, we can expand, but we shall deal with all of that in due time. It's kind of like playing a roguelite, right? You gotta think about all the things that could be, whilst still working your way towards clearing your tasks at hand. Everyone loves roguelites, right? I got 62 unemployment. That should be enough to start building up my industry here. Still plenty of more people coming in. So I really need to get this underway, don't I? How in God's name do we do this? I think we just build and then work with what we've built. So the dock's going here. I'm going to want my wharves here and here. Although I won't build the wharves just yet because I don't have the ships for the wharves. And I want to stay as far away from this as possible. If I get invaded here, then I just have to scrap this whole idea. But if the invasions are here, I should be able to be okay, because I can wall off this and be okay. Obviously, I don't have the finances for walling currently, but try to imagine a world in which I do. Certainly what I'm imagining. Get you over here. I want you to be very, very close to the workshop, the warehouses. The warehouses are probably going to be here. I quite like putting warehouses on corners, because it means the access to them is rather good. At the same point, just having them as close as possible is also good. Maybe there will be okay, but I don't want to touch this this ramp. Ramps are bad and nasty. Gonna want a dock here, no doubt. There's a lot of branches off from this road, which is already feeling very awkward. Going to I won't wharf this. These 3 docks should actually be more than enough to see to our fishy demands, and probably have excess in case Caesar demands fish as well. The question is fruit. Oh, hang on. I can get fruit farm here? What? Does anyone see any tufts of arable land here? I assure you I do not. Well, I mean, I'll take it. But just that one? Okay. I was planning on doing my farming over here for that, but that might change matters. Zebras are in the way and I don't have a military to kick their arses with. Okay, well, I'll still have you here. That is a fruit farm, right? Good. Fish here, fruit here. These people will get out of the way. I'll build the other one over here. And they're going to need labor access. Nothing new about that. If I could just put the labor around here, that would cover all sorts of people coming in this direction. That'll be fine, if a little dangerous. And I'd also want something around here. Fruit farms are desirable neighbors. That's not a merger point, though. I don't have to worry too much about it being a merger point. Just a couple of houses here will take care of all the labor requirements, I'm sure. He's sure, he says. Now he's not quite so sure. Could I maybe squeeze in just an itty-bitty one here? Alright. Get the more farms up here. Alright, this kind of works. Need the people in there, of course, and I absolutely need engineering and, more importantly, prefecting. Put engineer here. Bring this down a little bit further to prefect it as well. Both very important. You know what? I might put a prefect on every intersection just so that there is no risk, or at least as little risk as possible, of fire. Alright, that works. 500 population, there we go. One thing as a player of primarily Factorio I can't imagine. I rely on Osiris so heavily because of the Nile's lack of natural reliability. God effects being off would legitimately render some maps unplayable without Osiris boost to the Nile. But what really made me turn off the gods was 2 things. One, you just really get by on Neptune's blessing and Mars's blessing early on. Neptune just destroys any need for early money. Several months of double income, or if you get lucky, a whole year, just gives you so much money you just fly off like a rocket and it snowballs. And Mars can negate your first attack, so you can push back setting up a military. And those 2 things I just wanted to not... I don't want to feel like I only won because of Neptune. That feels bad. And secondly, it feels really bad spamming loads of small temples. It looks hideous for the city, and if there's one thing I want to do in a city builder, it's build a nice looking city. Alright, good. We got you coming in. Did we get people over here? We did. Did they merge? Hell yes, they merged. And so nice, I'm going to give them a well. Look at that. Large tents. I don't often let there be large tents, but I'm not going to be improving this area for a long time, so large tent get. Now, if these zebras would kindly leave, I'd like to consider how I put in fruit farms. 1, 2, 3. If I go fruit farm, that'll do everything I need. If these guys would just go away. Should I set up my army immediately? I think I will. Gotta be careful not to build on the land that these natives consider their own. It shouldn't be too bad if I set up a barracks here, and then set up a single load of javelins. Don't want to get blindsided by early attacks. What did the map say about attacks? Can we bring that back up? Invasions from multiple directions early. So if ever there was an incentive to get our military up fast, it's that Caesar himself is warning us that we will be attacked. The question that I postponed a little bit is, where do my armies go? They're either going to go here or here, and you might think it's a triviality where I choose. This gives me all this space for using as building on. If I build here, these things have a range of 6 for their massively negative impact on desirability. So I'm not super sold. Just calculating how they fit in here. I'm not super sold on putting them over here, but it's very important to me that they can react to attacks from here and here quickly. Heavy foot troops are slow as sin. Let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Alright, so in line with that stone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, okay. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna have my array of 6 of them right here. They'll be very quickly able to react to here, here, and here, and they'll be close enough that they can deal with these other two, especially if I wall them up. But I just need some initial javelins to get these accursed zebras out of my way. Another thing I also need is a shipyard, or else I won't be able to get the fish. And I suspect I will make a proper loop for this later on. For now, I just need it to work for me. Just gives them the very basic of basics, which is to say this and... there we go. That'll get me the shipyard, and then we can start docking up. I want to start with this one because it's closest to here. And just put them all down. Who's gonna know and or care? I don't know which of these are better for fish or fruit. I'm going to try my luck at putting fruit here and fish here. Because I think... I'm sure it'll be fine. I do wish they were a little closer to here, but whatever. Whatever. I'll open up my trade route once I have some actual fish there. No point spending the money that I don't have.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Excellent. Right, go and buy up my marble every bit that you can. Because the more that I fulfill my trade quota this year, the more money I make before it resets to 15 for next year. Okay, what the heck? Oh wow, okay, I've got loads of time. 10 years to produce this. 10 years? That's a bit much. Okay, well, whatever. Yeah, I was thinking that was rapido. Why have I not started up this industry? The point I built over here was to start getting my goods flowing. Olives. 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Might have scattered myself a wee touch here. Don't worry about it. Put you over there instead. I completely forgot about my settlement over here, but this is going to have to be industrious. The unemployment for this. I'll set up 2 for vines. I could do 1 for vines, but I'll do 2 for vines. Glad that marble is being sold. I need it to sell so that I can have the money to set up this industry as well. I'm also probably going to want more people in my disgusting slum town. Slum is good for you. What was it? What was that quote that we got? Squalor is the sign of a successful city. I like that one. How do I position this anyway? I was playing around with ideas for the setup here. Can't remember what I'd come to, but I was clever enough to save it somewhere. Here we go, planning. This is me looking at what can be built here. I fired up the game to see what can go where. I had a different one set up for this. Anyway, apparently I like this idea. This is just testing setups. Where did you go? Your corner was right on there. Ooh, I like this design. I just made it last night, but I managed to completely forget about it. Right, corner touches there. I can work with that. Here's one I made earlier. Ready, steady, cook. Where are you now? Carthage. Wow, I've got 2 Carthage saves now. Isn't that more fruit than necessary? They buy 25. You can satisfy that with 3 farms. But getting more early will allow me to fulfill trade quota faster. Let's just hug the wall here in case I want this for building area. And yet another prefecture is going to go over here, I reckon. What was that cool setup I had with a granary? Oh, that is cool. But yeah, I think my prefect will go right at the end to ensure it's all not going to burn down. Or actually, no, that'll be fine there. Good, 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 good. And then our fishing boats are out. Alright, good. This is coming together not just well, but very well.
There's no space for this lot anywhere in the city.
I can also start on my industries. I'll shove them over in the corner here. There's no need to consider squeezing them so hard. So what do we have? We've got 1, 2, 3 oil places. The export demands are for 1 load of oil, 1 load of wine. So, trying to remember what numbers that is. That's 4 and 4. Is that right? I guess it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. And wine as well. 1, 2, 3. I'm just putting it 3 for now, otherwise some of them are going to be running empty for a wee bit. What about the warehouses, huh? Certainly don't want these getting burnt down, but 1, 2, 3. Ooh, cozy place to the warehouse over there. Starting to wish they were all a little bit closer together now. You take the olives, because we do sell olives. You take the vino, and you take the oilo. There we go. That means higher demand for more plebes working for me, and that's okay. People are eating more food than they're producing. Well, we produce food, but my people don't get the privilege of eating it. Right, important point. Do the cart pushers make it back to the orchards before... Oh yeah, great timing. If these were wheat farms, there's no way they'd make it back in time for the next harvest. Just ensures that this is running 100% efficiently. And do I have the money to open up the trade route? Barely, but barely is good enough. Let's go and open up trade with Syracuse. It's going to take 1 year to make back the money on this, but let's sell all the fruit and all of the meat. We'll keep a lazy eye on these, but it looks like Caesar's want those back in any reasonable amount of time.
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
I was hoping I wouldn't need Caesar's bailout, but we're okay. The turn of the month came faster than expected. I thought I'd be able to get this marble sold to keep me going a bit better, but that's okay. The bailout is free, so always take it, right? Are the requests for resources scripted or random? They are 100% scripted. The map maker chooses exactly what gets requested and when. This game doesn't really have any kind of in-game generation for events. It's all scripted. There we go, we can max out the oil and the wine now. And I definitely want to open up that trade route this year. No good reason not to do it now. It's not an expensive trade route, is it? It's only 300 denarii. Let's make sure all those olives get sold, all of the oil gets sold. And there's no reason for me to get Caesar's demand for wine met anytime soon. I'd rather have the money. The sooner I have the money, the sooner I can build up a proper, non-squalor place for living. So I've almost maxed out the Ah, crumbs, I built around here when I shouldn't have. More olives, and what I could do is thread the needle like so. Does mean that engineer post isn't doing what I need it to do. And it's my only engineer post here, so I do need it. Let me shove it right there instead then. Engineers have very long walking range, so I'm not afraid of them letting things fall down. Almost got a full load of javelins here, which is cool. Go and take care of these zebras, please. Would be very nice to set up a military academy so that I can get them fully trained. But I also need more people. Believe it or not, my squalor isn't squallery enough. Let's show some more temporary labor over here, just because they're needed. Sometimes I like to preserve the animals, but in military maps they are definitely just going to get in the way, so they had to die. Yeah, I got rid of the Uras. I'm sure some people will be unhappy about that. Alright, money's really starting to come in.
I love coming here. I love coming here. Business is going very well.
And that'll be why. Okay, now, 2.5 grand. Is it enough to start up a proper place to live? Probably not, but the money is going to keep coming in, so I need to start thinking how I'm going to set up proper casa living here. Mi casa, mine Romans casa. But how? How exactly? I'm going to be saving and saving often in this map because I feel like I could easily get crushed by invasions that catch me off guard, among other things. And the food is really piling up. Maybe this is far overproduction. Fish, 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 fish. This I probably also want to be fish, but I'll need to move the shipyard for that. Don't know where to. Somewhere temporary for sure. No shipyard, like a temporary shipyard. If I get the granary right here, then I can have it come down here without touching that. Ooh, that's good. Oh, that's real good. Because I can also shove a prefect here and an engineer here and make sure that all these are well seen to. I worry a little bit about them getting access to labor. Do I worry enough to give them a little tent labor access over here? Maybe. Couldn't hurt. Who knows? It might not be a tent forever. And then I want to come along here and what am I doing from this point, huh? You're going to deliver to here. I want more fishing done here, probably to another granary, either here or here. So it's going to be dual granary, but large amount of casa set up. Not having the industry here allows me to dedicate every little bit I can towards food production, and I know that I'm going to struggle on getting people in here, so I do think this is the correct play. I have been wrong on things like this before, but let's be honest, this is me we're talking about. Me with Caesar 3. Whoever bets against me on Caesar 3. You know, the people that won big in the weekly one-shot challenge, that's for sure. Weekly one-shot 250, that is, not the beat the campaign in a certain amount of time. Right, what kind of setup am I going to have here? I haven't thought this through entirely, I will concede. Dock, well, they're wharves, but wharf. It's really, really good on the food. And I definitely need to max out the food production. Alright. Can I put the granary here in a really cool way? I think I can. Not too opposed to the granary being there. Is this as cool as I think it is? Maybe so, maybe no. wharf get over there as well? Can I get a wharf over here? Oh well, I'm not going to miss out on that double wharfing over here. It's awkward, there's a lot of awkwardness here, but we're just going to have to live with that. As long as you come around. 1, 2, 1, 2. Do I just want this to be long, or do I want it to be L-shaped? How long is it right now? I think I can work with this. I can always branch off of it if the need arises. They can also get their water from here. Very convenient. Slightly inconvenient, actually, the way that I've placed this. Actually, that right there is really convenient, if a little ugly for my people. Any alternatives? None that I like. Alright, if I do that, if I extend this road out by a little bit so they've got space for... Now, I can't plaza. Do I want to... I could have a center with garden and... Oh, I don't have access to statues. Oof. Considerable thing to consider there. Okay. In that case, I might use the all-powerful Oracle for desirability. And I might make this into a double loop, especially when I purge the Squalor. Okay, okay. It might not sound great, but it is coming together. How long is this then? 21, 22, 23, 24? I think we can. Part of me feels like that's too long. Cut it off there and then I'll be happier to make it a double loop if the need arises. Alright, bring on the people. Do I methodically merge or do I do my merger hunting? Not really made of money. Just shove the people in for now. And make absolutely sure that they get their prefecturing. Gonna want these prefectures down the line to crush my unemployment anyway. Pretty vitally important that you are also prefected. Prefect, and an additional engineer right there. On top of that, gonna get another doctor down. And there should be able to cover enough of this. Okay, good. It's gonna crush my employment numbers for a bit, but we will get that sorted. Bring on the meat. Bring on the meat. What would you recommend if I wanted to make a map that encouraged the player to make several smaller population centers rather than a big single-page one with some resource outputs? I like the idea of a map with a small bunch of towns rather than a big city, only having small patches of fertile land, fishable. So, two things. One, if you make the terrain really horrible, then you force the player to have smaller areas that they build with. And two, food does not travel well in this game. So, where's a good example? Actually, there's no particularly good examples on this map. Imagine this land wasn't fertile. This would be a horrible place for putting any houses in because there's no good access to food. This arable land is considered very far away for this, so it's not very easy to feed people here from here. And then, you know, this food would have to come down, down these stairs, over to here. That's already very far for food to travel. So if you make food scarce and sparse... Uh-oh. Oh! Ah, I only put down one engineer around here. Well, that is my bad. These farms are liable to collapse at any moment. I put an additional one down there just for now. Get our wharf back. Fortunately, we have... Uh-oh. Right, so a huge price reduction on marble. Means that my marble has really become less valuable to me. It used to be worth 140 to me. Now only 90. Well, that's not good, but you don't need me to tell you that. Ah, there we go. The engineer was stopping just short of this. It's okay, sorted now. Unemployment numbers are terrifying, but that's okay. That's what we build up for. Don't want Caesar to be too mad at me, but my exports just got gimped, so come on, buy my goods.
Careful! I wish these workers would take more care as they load my beasts up with my new purchases.
Yeah, I like the way he says purchases. Right. More people, please. More people, more employment, more economy, more better. It's going to take a while for these wharves to properly work. They're waiting on their boats from the shipyard, but once they are, these granaries will fill up. Oh god, enemies at the door already. Why did I put these here? This was meant to be where my other military goes. Whoops, okay. Whoops.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Need military, need money. Can't have both. Already sold all the marble. Already sold most of the food.
I don't know why I bother with this route.
Could you spare a little bread?
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
You could interest me in your money. I'm going to keep that down. But Caesar will be very angry at me if I end the year in debt. I need to get my other army on the go. They're not academy trained, so they will die horribly in a fight. Which does say I should probably put down a military academy, but where? Maybe here, actually. But not right now, I can't afford it. There are many things I can't afford. As long as I buy up my wine and my oil, though, I should be able to scrape my way out of debt for the year. Caesar doesn't get mad at you being in debt. Caesar gets mad at you being in debt at the turn of the year. At least I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I might have gotten another hit from him just by entering Omega debt. Well, not Omega debt, but extra debt. Alright, buy my wine, buy my oil. There we go. We're a bit more comfortably in the black now. Insofar as a few hundred can be comfortable. Damn, that marble's piling up and we don't actually... Ugh, oh well. Lots of mergers here, not so many mergers here. Will this be a problem? I don't know. I'll go merger hunting when I have a bit more money to do so. And it's fine time to do that because I'm waiting on the food to pile up. Look at that fishing though, it's ultra efficient. Gets it there, shoves it in, immediately into there. Yeah, I love to see that. Do, 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 be do. Is there a space for another wharf here? Holy moly, there is. Give me that. Can't wait to see how well they fish with their close access to the granary there. These people will deliver to the closest granary as the crow flies, which
I
is
don't mind pushing a car.
worrisome for
It's
you.
more entertaining than the rest of this city.
Wait, actually, why are you going... Oh, right, it was because of the full granary. Nothing to worry about then. A little worried about these guys, though. Well, don't worry, be happy. My money situation looks good. I'm going to fish for a few mergers, as I love to do. Not bad. Can't really afford to delete any right now. We still need more population. Although we'll need less of it as we start building them up. In terms of quality of housing. I don't like you there. I would sacrifice you if it meant you would merge. Do you merge? That would be too much to ask. Try my luck with you guys then. What's up with you? Engineering. Never trust your engineers. Fuck one down here. Doesn't look like I can wharf here. Alright, things are looking good. Don't worry about the slum. We're about to exit slum time. We have the food, we have the water, we have the technology. No statues and no plaza does make things a little more awkward, that's true, but I can handle awkward in this game, to a degree. Funny. Oh, lovely merger. If this merges, we have a perfect strip, and a far less perfect strip on the other side. I might actually check mergers on the top side, but... okay, even the money situation looks good. This is pretty great. Dum, 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 dum. You don't want to, but do you want to? The answer is they'd rather die. Okay, then away you go. Might use spaces
I've
for...
got nowhere to live! I've been thrown out of my home!
I always thought he sounded like a hobbit. Well, obviously not always. I think this game predates Lord of the Rings, the movies. I think it does, at least. I'm into my unemployment a bit too much, but let's not worry about it. Let's worry about how these people get water. No, maybe not. Maybe not just yet, at least. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to give them wells. What I do right now might not seem very sensible or sensible. But I don't want people on the top side evolving just yet. It's easier to seek mergers when you just have small tents. Because they only merge when they're all of the same level. Now, hold on, hold on. I'm doing my asinine hunt for mergers here. You'll merge. You'll merge. You won't merge. You'll merge. You'll merge. Shouldn't have set it up the way that I did there. You won't merge. You'll merge. You'll merge. This is one advantage I'd say Augustus has. Augustus forces mergers. Happily put my hand up and say that is a big plus for the Augustus. Generally I don't play Augustus at all. I'm not interested in what it has to offer. Not for playing myself at least, but I do appreciate it. I think it's a great addition. Right, get some more people in here, get my mergers, and then... well, I really need to feed these people, don't I? Absolutely. These people only need to go up to small casa level. Whenever you don't give me forums, I always just go small casa. There is no point in advancing beyond small casa if you can't tax them. Small insulae give amazing taxes and are incredible for housing density. But if you don't get that tax bonus, it's seldom worth your time. That's rather nice. That is not. That is rather nice, and that is not. Okay. You can do that in Julius by editing the save. Yeah, but then the ground looks really ugly. Has a uniform looking ground. Because the ground graphic is also what dictates whether or not it's a merger point. That's how I was able to spot merger points. I went in and edited the graphic and put a tiny little pink pixel wherever you didn't have a merger point, actually. Not a merger, a merger, a merger, and a merger. Goody goody. Ah, right, we didn't get the perfect merger. That's fine though, it gives me space for something like an oracle, which I think I'll just throw down right now, because heavens knows we're going to need desirability around here. Merge and merge, merge and merge. Okay. Caesar's not shy about his request. He's already requested obscene amounts of money, a hefty chunk of wine, and a reasonable amount of meat. Fortunately, we already had the industry for the meat. Should I send him a manuscript? Yeah, let's keep him off my back. Probably should have sent him a better gift than a manuscript, but that'll do for now. I don't like these houses down here one bit. Can we do better than that? I can't actually tell merger points on fertile land. It's a shame, but what can you do? Well, nothing much I can do, evidently. Merge, merge, merge. Why are you not merging? There we go. Don't tell me I was wrong, because I don't want to hear that. Rome thanks me and says my loyalty will not be forgotten. It's funny because Caesar's very good at forgetting your loyalty. Loves to yell at me, so he does. This is looking good. This is looking really very good. I want to market here, and I probably want to market here. More markets are better markets, just get that food flowing. There can be a bit of drag when it comes to your markets. I want to check one final bit for mergers around here. Yeah, you should get together just fine. That's a merger, that's a merger, that's a merger. Oh, this is good. Very nice in the mergers here. Then I'm going to position the water and boost these guys up as far as one can boost. Now, on top of this, they need a god, and their god's probably going to be Neptune, given that they're right next to all this delicious water. Ooh, but where does Neptune go? I think he's going to go here at the cost of one of my houses. Because it's a very big building. And I don't have a particularly great place of putting big buildings around here. Yep, sorry chump, but advancements in god technology tell me you have to go. Already got another oracle down, not that God's being angry is a problem. Oh, okay, that's strange fluctuation. Means if I hadn't sold all my marble early on in the year, I could have waited for that and sold it at the extra price. So essentially I lost 750 denarii due to that. But, too bad. Also, what's also too bad is me not having my military academy. I want that, and I want that now. I am going to make another javelin fort, because I don't know how heavy these attacks are going to be, but I want to be very ready for whatever they are. And I'm also going to wall this off. Because I really don't trust what kind of attacks come in here. But how are we going to do this? I want a killing floor here. The enemies spawn in and they die. That's the dream. How will we sort out such a thing? Want my traders to... No, actually the land traders don't walk over to these at all, so it's fine. How about you come along to here and do something like this. I may or may not want towers on these, depends on how heavy these attacks are. Only Sudazima will know. Alright, there we go. I won't put towers here, I don't want to draw aggro in this direction. I will probably consider putting towers on here. Honestly, I could do that now. What if people want to come this way? Can't imagine when or why or how, but let's be ready for them. Walls are expensive. I don't like building lots of walls, but there we go. We'll get towers up here eventually, and if they come in this way, they're going to get shot to shreds. Might be a lot to invest in this, but imagine a very swift aggro attack coming in, crushing all of this. I don't want to imagine that, so we prepare for it ahead of time. See if our prudence is rewarded. Absolutely. Okay. Now, since I just built my military academy, I actually wanted to kill off some of my own units here. Oh, this is a tiny attack. Huh, okay. Well, that's all the more reason that it's good for me to kill off some of my soldiers. Get in there and die by melee. Okay, hopefully some of them died. Some of my guys, that is. Good, very good. Well, no, not very good. Aftish's finest didn't lose any soldiers. I'll have to kill off one of those later. The reason I wanted someone to die was so that replacement units would academy train the whole batch of them. So these guys are now academy trained because they got one reinforcement from the academy. These guys will not be academy trained until someone dies and gets replaced. I will also need to set up industry for weapon production. Doesn't need to be a lot though, so here's my glorious plan. I'm going to get rid of you. This road, that is. I'm going to set up a little warehouse here that just takes weapons and iron. I'm going to set up 2 weapon manufactories over here. 1 and 2. And I'm going to tell my trade advisor to import iron. It's going to come at a mediocre expense. Hopefully one we can handle. And in comes the iron. You import goods obnoxiously slowly, but needs must. And then I will probably replace my barracks to be over here. But later, after the barracks has supplied some tower guards over here. My Quakers are, as usual, the best. You're best. Losers often whine about the best. Don't ask me what winners do, because can't say that on stream. Not on my stream, at least. Right, final little cheeky thing is I can get a merger right over here. Donk. That is a bit cheeky, because now people have to walk the long way around to get in, but you know what, that's their problem, not mine. I put a little bit of road there because vacant lots disappear if they're more than 2 units away from a road. So from this road, 1, 2, 1, 2. So these 2 are fine, but these 2 are too far away. I put this road here just so they don't disappear on me. And there's no need for it later. And hey, this kind of looks like my city. Tents, shacks. Kind of wish there was water and greenery, but no. Alright. Once this is in, we make all of this into small casa, and I probably purge my my labor pit over here, as it will no longer be necessary. Alright, see, got the merge, so now it's fine, because now it is within range of these tiles. Just 1 tile has to be. Alright, how's this gonna go? Let's get rid of these. And now we set up the water. All of you need to be watered, shouldn't be too hard. I missed a spot. That waters you guys, that waters you. You're unwatered, but can be watered from here. Which tells me you don't need to be that far away. I can rather aggressively put you here. At this point it becomes more of a puzzle, really, putting together your plebes, watering your plebes. That's fine, it's a puzzle I'm more than happy to take on. Gotta get in that puddle mastery, right? Maybe even with a straight face. Ooh, boy, mistakes have been made. I can't water these guys. Oh, no, I can. It's a little bit of extra work, but I can. Alright. You're one of the few that's missing water, but I can do that. There we go. Nice. Desirability is going to be a problem because I don't have access to plaza. But we knew that going in. That means the ones on the outer edge are going to be getting gardens like so. And the ones on the inner edge will probably get some strategically placed oracles. To keep these people happy, they need a theatre and they need a library, and that should get them all the way up to casa level. Lovely, absolutely lovely. And this is a huge amount of... Uh-oh. I just started importing iron and I'm already... Oh, thank God. I was worried it went down from 15 to 0, forcing me to import weapons alone. That would be obnoxiously expensive. Terrifyingly obnoxiously expensive. I'm quite keen to get my legionnaires soon. Maybe once the pandas are completely filled up. Alright, lovely to see all this stuff get shifted away. How many people fit into a casa? 68. What I could do is replace one of my olive farms. Why does it feel like I don't sell enough olives? And I'm grateful they're selling non-olives first, but maybe that's just it. They're probably, yeah.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
This is actually a good setup. They buy my most expensive goods first, and then they fill up on olives, which is a good setup. Tells me I probably don't need another olive farm. I could just straight up put my fruit farm down. And as long as it goes into a happy-go-lucky granary around here. I will be able to bring these guys up to casa level as well. There we go, I'm just going to fill that up with food and then later on unleash some food, and I'll probably just reduce this to two loads of housing. Maybe even just these two. That makes sense to me. I would love to have more housing here. Again, if I stripped away this industry, I could have a lot more food here. Hang on, wasn't I meant to have another farm where I put this warehouse? What am I doing? I'm making all these plans and then going back on myself for them. That's not good. Alright, change of plans. Let's get the olives over here. And let's get our vino over here. No point in making these good plans and just destroying them. You start emptying the warehouse, bring the olives elsewhere, please. And I can delete this, put another farm in, and we'll all be happier for it. Alright, glorious.
Careful! I wish these workers would take more care as they load my beasts up with my new purchases.
We do our best. Gonna get rid of all the one-by-ones here so I can start building up prosperity, courtesy of my casa that I now have. My prosperity's been sitting at about 5 for a long time. Ooh, 6. Wow. Heavy hitter right here. One-by-ones contribute a lot to prosperity. Well, they contribute the same as a 2x2, but proportionally, that's a lot. And I don't need the extra employment right now. Why, oh why, is my librarian not making the rounds? There we go.
I hope I don't lose my job. Unemployment is so high here, I wouldn't get another.
Wrong way, wrong way. Boy, he does not know where he's going in life. That's fine to a degree, though, because I am considering, or I am almost certainly going to have, more plebes around here. Soaking up unemployment's not the worst thing in the world. I do need a bit of culture by the end anyway, although I can get all of that with oracles. Just make sure all of this is happy-go-lucky, and on top of that, since I have plenty of space for more, I will put down a marketplace. Just ensure that the food gets delivered better. There's loads of food. One issue is that when you deal in wheat, your market ladies will grab a staggering 800 at a time. When it's non-wheat, they only grab... what's the number? 600 at a time. So wheat is actually better even in situations where it grows at the same rate as other goods. Oh, you hate living there, don't you? All problems that can and will be solved, especially with the power of the Oracle. Yeah, on you go. The Oracle has a range of 6, making it very powerful for desirability. It's not super strong, and in fact at point-blank range, a medium statue is better. But as we know, we don't have access to medium statues here. Shikatanai. If 1x1s contribute the same to prosperity, couldn't you cheese it by having lots of 1x1 mid to high level housing? 1-to-1 high level housing does not exist. As soon as you reach large insulae, they form 2x2s, and you cannot not have that happen. There's a super exploit known as the Void, where you can mulch several houses together, but it's a very glitchy exploit. Wouldn't recommend using it. I'm not even sure if it still works on Julius. Anyway, that means the most prosperous 1x1 you can have is a medium insulae, and you can probably hear by the change in the sound of my voice that I'm looking over at my notes. A medium insulae has a prosperity rating of 58. So you'd be gravitating towards 58. So yeah, lots of 1x1 medium insulae would be good for you if you were aiming for 68 or below prosperity. But most of my maps were aiming for much higher, and in this case we want the maximum 100. So that's going to work for us. There we go, got our casa. It's all looking pretty good. Well, these guys aren't looking so hot. A few more gardens should help you out there. Yeah, maybe I should actually start seeing to what Caesar is asking for. Oh, hold on, did marble just go up again? Oh man, you're really timing this so that it happens after I do my sales. Toga Boy's after marble, I can give that to him. Might eventually give him the wine. Don't want to give him any Persian carpets. We're doing alright on the money front. I'm getting those weapons in. Should I consider more weapons? Not really, because I don't have the space for doing more weapons. I could do it here, I suppose. Go on then, more weapons, more better. My forts are full, so I'm going to move my barracks over here. To hell with towers. Towers are good, but I like legions. Alright, give me 2 batches of legionnaires. 2 legions and 4 javelins. Is that going to be enough? I'd rather have 4 legions and 2 javelins. Maybe I'll go 3 and 3. I don't want to delete one of these forts. They cost 1,000 each, so not an ideal thing to get rid of. Also, I'm way overproducing on food here. Also, Rome has increased the price of weapons. All the more reason that I'm happy to have industry for making my own weapons. We're getting attacked by the Pajama Warriors, which is my affectionate name for local barbarians. Wait, apparently it sees as a Carthaginian, but no, these are local uprisings, always these Pajama Warriors. Topless, wearing their blue trousers. Is that topless? On the one hand, there's a slightly different color to his torso. On the other hand, I'm pretty sure I can see his nipples, so IFT Clerk the Terrifying can come and taste my spear. Oh, also, I need to make sure that some of Aftish's finest take casualties, so they're going to run in face first, whilst they get support from these guys. So that should draw aggro, that should get some of them killed. Good, good, good. Yes, casualties are to be celebrated. And our first few legionnaires are coming in from Illustration's Booze Up. Alright, looking good. Can't believe the market ladies are struggling as hard as they are right now. I've put in 5 marketplaces for this loop. But then again, it does take time for food to flow. There's certainly not a production issue, there's just a distribution issue. I would really, really like to get a house around here, though. I know it's a little bit of an offshoot, but I'm going to try and get a merger here. They should get nice desirability from the Well, there we go. I don't like this batch of 1x1s, is what I'm getting at. Hopefully they'll still get access to labour. You just need to walk past here. Alright, geez. You know, I've got all the industries up and operational, but I'm still struggling on money. Does that mean I should definitely make patricians instead of more plebes next? I think the answer is yes, but I do want to max out the amount of plebes I can have here, then build up my patricians around here, then build my next load of plebes. That really means these guys can say hasta la bye-bye, doesn't it? They have served their purpose, largely. Can even close down the size of the loop enormously. There we go. Big hit to my population. But totally fine. I could even keep this because I do want my industry still working here. What I could do is tie it down, and I could still have a casa here. All I need is to bring over some of this fish, and I'm good. It's a little annoying to do, because you bring over the fish warehouse to warehouse and then shove it into a granary, but I think, since I want everyone to be casa here, I don't want any labour tents left when I finish the map. I think that's a fine setup to have. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that. Dum, da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Begs the question, how do these guys get labour access? How's this guy ever evolved to be a casa? Problems for future, Jake. Considerable problem, though. What do I do in that case? Here's some water. Actually, water will make a difference. Where he lives is just pure scum. Guess he'll just have to live that miserable life. These guys are living a miserable life, unable to evolve further. So I think what I will do now is expand my plebeians along this way. It's actually a good way to bring labour over to this side, is just have the housing over here. Can be done. Do-do-do. Kinda wish you were a little closer to this side now. Also, where you live is so incredibly undesirable to you, but we'll sort that out shortly. Definitely building some unorthodox blocks here, but that's what I like to do in my Caesar 3 games. Orthodoxy is there to be broken. Well, that's what I often do when playing CK3. The pink pixels are very hard to see when I've brushed them right up towards gardens here. Tiny little pink pixels are how I can tell if a place is a merger or not. If there is a pink pixel, it is not a merger point. Trust me, this is better than the alternative. Did I even check for these? I'm not seeing a single pink pixel around here. Donk. This works out rather nicely. Alright, I fail to see how that will be a problem. There we go. See what we can get out of this. Hopefully a bunch of mergers, and then I need to give them supporting things, nice things, like libraries and theatres. Well, let's not get too excited. We're not going plural here. Jake's laser eye being put to good work today. Now, they're both laser eyes. Let's not undersell that surgery. It was good. Slight problem is they're getting watered. That impacts on easily merging them. So don't mind me while I Try and fix that. Donk. Merge up, you bastards. Oh man, that is a sweet load of merging. Oh, crumbs. Getting rid of the road hurt me there considerably. There we go. I thought it would merge before they would complain about the road, but these Romans seem very keen on complaining. Gotta make sure this doesn't burn down either, so prefect, and where can I get more prefect? I guess we're just going prefect, prefect, engineer. Does this have rats in the water, by the way? Have we had any rats in the water problems? Apparently not. Okay. I was contemplating how high I want my medical situation to be. I think this will do just fine. Merger, merger. Excellente. Get rid of that. Get the gardens in. Also need to consider how exactly I water these people. I haven't given myself good access for water over here, but I could drag it from here all the way around. Bit of a... Oh my money situation looks good. Might have shot myself a bit in the foot regarding the water situation, huh? Have we had land trade issues? Haven't noticed any. What have we had? What have we had? I'm not seeing any random events at all. Well, none pre-scripted. I suppose you could consider inflation random. You set it on and then it will randomly go up. But we've only had that once, right? Yeah, good. Still no need to pay taxes. Anyway, what was catching me off guard was the fact that the water range is insufficient to water these people, and I'd not given myself a good position for getting water here. I could merc one of these fruit farms. Do I want to, though? I like having a lot of fruit. We're easily meeting demand. Very easily meeting demand. What if demand goes up? Then we'll be under meeting demand. What if Caesar asks for loads of fruit? I don't know, I don't really want to remove that. Can I migrate it slightly? Yes, but then I've just gone and caught myself in with my military academy. The military academy is too expensive to migrate. Alternatives, alternatives. This is a good place for a reservoir to solve all of my problems. The question is, how do I get water here? I cannot take it away from the natives. The natives control all of the water. Is that true? Not necessarily. If I put a reservoir over here and moved the warehouse, I could bring the water along pipes across here. But then I'm going straight into danger zone. This looks like an invasion point. So what I'm going to do is... Oh, hang on. Plenty of water here, and it's safe. Alright, we found our solution. Completely forgot that we had access to water here. And I'll potentially want water here to get it up to there. Alright. Alright. So let's be ready for getting water up top side. There's no ongoing maintenance cost for reservoirs. However, there is for fountains. Fountains consume 4 workers each. I have second thoughts about this, but forget it. I don't even want to have first thoughts, let alone second thoughts. Quite like the ambient noise that the soldiers make as they do their military chants. Don't know what it means, if anything. Might be Latin. But I don't know Latin. Worked with a guy that did, though. Trin Tragula of EU4 Dev Clash fame. He knows Latin. He used to write Latin phrase of the day on one of the whiteboards at work. Good times. How much am I going to bring this in? Like so, I imagine. Always make sure there's ways for people to walk under your aqueducts. I always thought the aqueduct system in this game was so cool. Not only do you build them, but the water starts flowing through when it's all connected. Oh my days. Technology. He really loves it. Right, do I want yet more mergers over here? There's plenty of space for things that they would want, so I do think I want a few more mergers. You might think, Jake, you're being very greedy on getting your population in here, and I would agree. But I would also say that greed, for lack of a better term, is good. Besides, it's going to be difficult for me to shove in a lot of my population later on, so as many as I can shove in here and now, the happier I will be. Get you guys there and there. Might struggle in desirability around here. I think I climbed over an aqueduct when I was in Austria. I seem to recall doing so, and I recall thinking, hey, I might get in trouble here. But I didn't. Oh man, I love seeing those mergers just come together. Okay, and with these in place, I can quite happily water my plebes. You water most of them, you water the stragglers. And I guess I could finally deign to water you. Oof. How do we water you guys? Actually, this is a pretty good watering spot. And then you folks can be done with that and this. Desirability will continue to be an issue, but an issue that can be solved with the power of the Oracle. Put you there because I don't want a service building here, but I do want service buildings over here. Here's your theatre. Here is your library. And, well, actually, I say library. What if it wasn't a library? What if I instead gave you a massive temple? At that point, you would say, but then we cannot drink. And that would be a concern. Need to get water for you guys. Doesn't reach here. Can't reasonably build one down here. Can't express how much I want my large temple right here. It's the perfect place for it. I see an alternative. Observe. Name a god, chat. Any god, but one of these 5 gods. It's going to be the one that these guys patronize. If I migrate the theatre over here, I can squeeze the fountain in just below it, and then we can put our large temple too. Baron is in first, sing Mars. There we go. That should keep them all watered. Ooh, looks like it was not enough watering for you. Are you just in suck luck mode, or can I do anything for you? I don't think these farms can shift over for you. No, they cannot. One poor little guy can't get water, and that poor little guy just goes away. Probably for the better, because I need a marketplace here anyway. Although I also want a marketplace stuck at the end. Great for desirability, the Grand Temple to Mars. And speaking of desirability, we can add some more in with this. And we can get even fancier. Because of this little corner piece of road here, I can actually shove an oracle right here. Oracles don't need road access, even though the game says this building needs road access. But what they need to do is not burn down or collapse, meaning they need to be within 2 tiles of a road, and this one is, where a prefect and an engineer walk by, and they should. A quick check on the risk of fire tells me that the prefects are doing a bang-up job, but I always like to have more than needed because you should never trust a prefect. You know, I can do that same oracle trick right here. I'm running into a few issues that I'm packing everything so tightly in here. If I run into problems, then it's going to be very hard to fix them. And as I was mentioning earlier, getting this guy up to castle level will be a problem. And if I ever want to shift around my military, that'll also be a very expensive problem. This is so nostalgic. I played it as a kid, says Axioct. I also played it as a child. Alright, this almost looks like my city. We've got a lot of red-roofed casa. Although this shows Grand Insulae, Large Insulae, we're not going to be seeing those at all here. Because there is no incentive on this level to evolve your plebes beyond small casa. Because I can't tax them. And if they cannot be taxed, they shall not be fed. Gonna get another couple of markets in here, although I suspect your problem is desirability. Meaning one of those markets should probably become another oracle. This guy just straight up doesn't have access to religious facilities. I'm going to take a risk and get rid of him. Well, there we go. It took a few years, but we do have land trade issues. How's our trade going? That's actually a bit of a problem, because I tried to export 30, 40, 55 goods to Thamagadi. And if they end up getting disrupted on their travels here, they're not going to be able to get close to that. I'm not too worried about olives, right? Olives don't sell for much money. Only 34 apiece. That said, I emphasize the sale of fish and fruit, and the average price between them is lower than olives. Maybe I should be a bit more worried about that. Point is, that is going to impact on my income. Not going to be a problem for Caesarea, though. Caesarea can easily get the 15 loads of marble. And the food trading is easy money. How are we doing on the armies? Well, we've got plenty of leggies. And the barons are busy being recruited. Excellent. Yeah, I'm not into the Anno series. I might check out that Roman Anno game. Roman theming is just so to me that it's going to be hard to resist. Starting to wonder if I don't produce enough food here. Look at the granaries, they're emptying out. Although I did just bring in a whole bunch more people, that could be causing it, but I should look into possibilities of making more food. I can shove a wharf here, I could shove a wharf here. Mr. Wharf. There's an extremely awkward fishing arrangement here. Awkward because how exactly do you get the food around? I can't ship bridge this, and it would have to be a ship bridge, I think. Maybe not. These guys go fishing there. Where do you go fishing? No, you go fishing there. A low bridge prevents ships from going around. I don't want my own little Baltimore here. That was where the fishing disaster was. The boat disaster, right? Yeah, the lack of good positions for bridging over without impacting my existing wharves makes it a little awful here, not to mention access to labor for these guys. I might try this though, just squeeze out a bit more food. Whether or not these guys get access to labor, I don't know. It shouldn't be that far to go over and walk past you, but if they constantly make the turn down here, that's going to be a problem. It'd be less of a problem if I had a house here. I think I could. I think I could get a wee 2x2 in here. Nobody has to know. They're going to need their own separate water supply, but I will do that for them, because it would be very good to have housing on this corner. How are these guys struggling? Didn't I put a library here? At second and third glance, I did not put a library here. And these guys are not even getting their theatre access. Interesting, but easy to solve. See a reason why the librarian couldn't walk all the way down and along here. Although, similarly, I don't see a reason why the theatre worker doesn't ever walk over this direction. Yeah, it's no big deal to just put down another theatre. They do contribute towards culture, and they eat up some of my fun employment. Good, it merged as I knew it would. Relying heavily on oracles for desirability, but when you don't get markets, you use oracles. Now there's another thing that would really ramp up the difficulty on this. If I had to import marble, holy moly. No small temples, marble imports. You need to give your player a way to get early money for that though, otherwise they're just going to get utterly wrecked by the gods. Is that school ever actually going to put some people out here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Deleting the housing here made this fishing wharf no longer operate.
There are ever so many people looking for work here.
You don't say. Was there ever the option to get a 2x2 in here? I can water them. I'll give it a go. Very hard to tell if they're going to merge from this angle. I'll have to change the viewpoint. I'll get around to that. Just need the immigrants to make their way in first. Well, that librarian does not like making the rounds. Also, I don't think those school kids are going where I want them to. No, they straight up don't go over there. That's fine, though. I can always replace it with another library. At least libraries give desirability, and it did merge! Lovely. Alright, very lovely, even. I'm kind of hoping on a lot of walkers making the walk over there that I need them to, but I see the librarian going there. What I really need is the priest to walk down here to give them religious access. But if that works out, this is going to be a really nice plebeian block. Actually want to shove a bit more at the end here, like another market or so. What I think I will do is this. Give myself opportunity to build a few more buildings around here. Let's significantly reduce the size of this. Alright, the money looks okay. Soon I'll be building up patricians, because I have a ton of unemployment to work with. Ooh, Syracuse, I will buy more fish. That is good. It's only 10 more per year, but that's 300 denarii extra into my coffers. Provided the throughput gets, well, through. I think I also wanted to have another prefect over here. Again, never trust your prefects. They'll do anything they can to make your life unpleasant. See this lady? She's only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 little boys.
That fat lady up front told me to carry this and follow her. This basket is killing me. I don't care who needs the food. There should be a law against child labour. Hail! I'm taking this basket of food to that lady's market. I'm hoping for a big tip.
There we go. But if she's carrying wheat, she'll take 8 little boys with her. And that is a nice big improvement on the throughput of food. Squeeze in little bits of extra garden where I can for desirability. Gardens are... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, how the hell did that happen? We've got prefects here and here. Holy moly, well, what was I just saying about trusting prefects? I think I said something like, you can always trust your friendly neighborhood prefect. 2 loads of casa just burnt down in short order, and the fire may spread. The fire will spread. Not only that, it distracts other prefects from doing their normal rounds, so the fire can snowball, but hopefully that just doesn't happen here. Hopefully that just merges together without too many problems, but it could easily be problems. Alright, looking not too bad. I still have some slums that I'd love to make not so slummy. Including these guys, but maybe I shouldn't worry about that until I get my patricians on the go. When you have patricians, then you want to start taxing, but if you tax, then people living in small crummy houses, even if they're not actively being taxed by the forum, start getting very, very uppity. Let's save and save often. We're already 1/3 of the way through the game. Well, not quite. We've crossed off 67 months out of 300. I'm actually very happy with how this has gone. This isn't the main... Oh, hang on. Just realized something. It's tenuous, but you do have access to labor. You've re-gotten access to labor. You have not got access to religion, but I can solve that. Can't I? Ah, bum. Can't I, he says, unable to. Getting religious access for you is going to be a huge chore, one that I'm not going to see to right now. If I end up with so much money I don't know what to do with myself, I can always get rid of a farm or something around here and replace it with a... Yeah, I see exactly how it could go down. I could have another temple right here solely for you, but that's a problem for later. I want to replace this with another dock, though. Not dock, wharf. Keep mixing the two up. Dun, dun. I don't have a good place to put one down, though, unless I make a very temporary setup elsewhere. Which is not unthinkable. Well, I could do it right here. You were meant to be temporary. Here's the problem. You can never fish all of the coast yard in one game. Because eventually you will need to sacrifice one area for a shipyard and or a dock. What the hell is that? There we go. There we go. I don't particularly care what goes on here, as long as it doesn't fall down or burn down, we're good. That's extra interesting. The engineer never once took the northern route. And that's also troublesome because this stuff's all going to explode now as well. Come on, engineer, go and go the right way. That's not the right way, but I'm sure it will be eventually. What was this? Just a library. Just a house of knowledge. Decreased trade. Okay, no, that's an old one. Enemies are closing in. Not a problem. These houses have merged. Also not a problem. Good. Very good. Yeah, I'd go so far as to say the setup here is very good. Now for the very difficult part. Getting my patricians. Getting my patricians on a relative budget. City funds aren't too hot. Why do I have nowhere near enough wine? I have 4 wineries. Where the heck does all my wine go? I should have been overproducing wine pretty much this entire run. But notably I have not. I suspect that maybe at times my wine workshops have not been able to get access to employees. Because the graveyards are working fine. That should supply 4 of them, and that will overproduce wine. So where in the world is it going? Yeah, cast a nervous eye towards the soldiers. Good thing that Caesar gave me a very long time to give him all of that wine. But yeah, we have no wine whatsoever. Something very strange going on here. The only reasonable idea I have is that I indeed have been lacking labor access. But what I will do is I'm actually going to increase my wine production. Because even if it's not necessary right now, I will want it for my patricians. There you go, extra wine. That comes at the cost of some oil, but as you can see, we have oil. Might need to lower my exports on that. In fact, let's make sure that we have oil. Let's keep 8 on hand. Maybe keep 12 on hand. I think I'll want to do the same with my wine. Patricians need wine. No point setting up patricians if I don't have the wine for them. Something else to consider is that I need to have... Why do I have 4 warehouses? You accept olives. Oh yeah, I got rid of you because I wanted this space for another... farm. I could replace that olive farm immediately. Still keep the olives flowing. Not truly necessary. There's nothing else I'd reasonably use it for. Maybe another fruit farm? That would allow me to have more houses here. What's 68 into 320? 1, 2, 3, but not 4, huh? Is that right? Come to me, calculator. If I have 320 food, that's 2 fruit farms. 17 people in a casa, 4 casas to a square. I can have 4, but not 5 loads of casa out of that. About 5 isn't good enough, it needs to be modulated. So I can get 4 2x2s of casa here if I put down another fruit farm, which I'm tempted to do, so I'm going to do it. Here's another fruit farm. And I can have you, and you, and you, and you, and that should take care of just about everything. Centralizes where I need the desirability as well. Alright, we'll take care of it. No, that does work out okay. That's going to be a very unhappy Colosseum in the future, I tell you what. I know I said I'd be working on my patricians right now, and what is he doing right now? Well, he's not working on his patricians. But that's alright, it's all about having a good foundation. Get that over there, allow people to move forward, try to dissuade any attacks from coming this way. Let that merge, let us build up, and all should be well. Maybe a nice wee oracle, you're going to need the desirability. We'll do a large temple to Mercury, god of trade, since we're doing trading around here. You're going to want a liberari. You've already merged, so I can happily put in the water. There and there with a little bit of extra garden. That should be enough on desirability's front. Might struggle down here a touch, but a single market should surely take care of all of your needs. And I'm gonna put a theater over here. Oh, no TLD on the schedule? For shame, says Andarius. What? Did someone prise your eyes out and replace them with snowballs? It should be on the schedule for tomorrow and potentially the day after. Okay, Saturday. I'll take that. I don't know my own schedule. It says I'm doing the Long Dark tomorrow and on Saturday. Okay, that makes sense. Oh yeah, of course, because Friday's for my punishment game. Friday's going to be a pretty bad day for me, probably. I've got a dentist appointment and my punishment game. I like to get all my horrible things out of the way in swift fashion. Oh Bugger bollock. Okay, Seems I got in my own way a bit too much. I need to migrate another warehouse. There you are. This warehouse will accept the oil. This warehouse will empty its oil. And also no longer accept oil. I'll get it all moved over there and then delete this. Fortunately, my traders are helping out. Then I can get my final fort over here. Not only does this plebe area look amazing, it's also overflowing with food. So I know that when I struggle on population, I can actually expand away from the Carthage harbour towards this direction. Now, I know I said earlier that food doesn't travel well, and that is true, so you need to make it up in one of two ways. Either you put the granaries over here and force them to go and get food, called getting granaries. They will go out and they'll bring back cartloads of, I think, 6... Is it 4, 6, or 800 at a go? I don't remember. Or you set up a lot more markets. The market ladies walk out and then they walk back. I generally prefer using market ladies. They're smaller, but they still bring pretty much the same amount of food back. The trouble with the market ladies is if they walk towards a granary and the granary gets emptied as they're on their way, they walk back empty-handed. But you can mitigate that by just putting down more marketplaces. One other problem is I'm going to have to branch off of this with a road. I could branch off of it using a gatehouse. Gatehouses act as roadblocks if you're more familiar with Pharaoh, but I hate using roadblocks. They look ugly. I wouldn't hate them if I was using them in Pharaoh. They don't look so bad there, but they look awful using gatehouses internally in Caesar. I don't have a problem if I actually have internal walls, but yeah, it's such a noobish thing to do. And I like to have good-looking cities. Point is, I don't need to do it now, but later on, this will probably expand out in this direction. Problem is, I don't know how much food I'm producing here. And that's a considerable problem. Getting granaries need road connection? Yes, but if you're playing on Augustus, the answer is no. Augustus granaries can go off-road, and they can carry obscene amounts of food. Yet another reason. No, I won't. Laying into Augustus is Blobber's job, not mine.
Been thrown out of my home! I've got nowhere to live!
Ah, music to my ear. Right. Now, Hobble would love to grow if this library would ever walk over there. The librarian just does not want to go, though. Oh, maybe, no. Useless librarian. Alright, here, have a school. Enemies at the door, but my army is large and in charge, so it shouldn't constitute a problem. Just in case, though, have another batch of legionnaires. Very, very soon. I think I want 8,000 denarii before I start building up my patricians. But as soon as I have my patricians, oh, they are going to school the money. I don't have good ways of crushing down unemployment. Don't have space, really, for putting down... Well, I was thinking I don't have space for putting down buildings that will crush unemployment, but I kind of do, don't I? I want this for more plebes. Honestly, this is working out better than expected. I think it's because of this. I was able to build a really dense load of houses. Far denser than I'd imagined along the coastline here. If it were Marek, there'd be a lot more rocks in the way, preventing this, but then I'd be angry. And I'd be saying horrible things about Marek and his Maroks. Love this fishing operation, though. How the Carthaginian harbour has not been milked dry, I do not know. Haha, meant to work on patricians ends up kicking people out of their homes, says Tizzy. Well, yeah, they've got to claim the land first. We know all about land reclamation up in the Highlands. Oh, I just realised something I've been forgetting. Clay and wood for pottery and the other thing. Also, sure, Caesar. You can have the oil. You even want that wine? I will send him off that wine. I don't want Toga Boy getting on my back. Have a troupe of performing slaves to stay off my back. I'll get you that money eventually, my man. I was saying I need to save up money for the patricians and instantly just get rid of all the things I need to make me that money. I could sell off all of my wine immediately, and that would give me good money for getting those patricians going. Maybe I shouldn't give Caesar this. He doesn't need it for over 10 years. How about we do just sell the wine? I want the money. I want the patricians. The sooner I have patricians, the sooner we snowball. Maybe I should also consider defense is a bit better. My legions have a fairly easy way to walk over and put up a fight here. So I think I'm going to set down a wall over here. Going to make 2 walls. I don't need walls over here. Enemies can't cross water, but that means hopefully I can take fights here. I can even put my javelin safely on higher ground. Even over here. I don't think that affords them any tactical advantage. It's not like you do extra damage from higher up, but it means the enemies can't get into melee range. So if the elephants do get through my my legionnaires, which they shouldn't, then at least I have javelins. Javelins are actually pretty good counters to elephants. Horses are not. Horses just get squished by elephants. It's not even funny. Well, it's a bit funny. Right, so about that wood. Yeesh, I need to get my timber. Basically, I need this to be a bigger industrial zone. And of course, I haven't left myself space for this to become a bigger and better industrial zone. Or have I? Have I? I don't want the donkey traders moving too far because it stops them from just doing their trade and leaving, which is what I want them to do as soon as possible. But you really need, when you have imports and manufacturing, you want your manufactories to be right next to where the importing warehouse is. So I do think what I'm going to do is have the warehouse and the industry over here for furniture and pottery. Not ideal. We'll do it like this anyway. Guess I'm throwing out most of the thoughts of this ever being a place for people to live. Right, you take in pottery and clay, and you take in furniture and timber, and yet again we're going to be delaying the onset of... Come on, words. The onset of patricians. Workshop for pottery. I shouldn't need many of these. In fact, I should really only need 1 or 2. 1, 2. It tells me I actually don't need it to stretch out as far as it's stretching. I'm going to get rid of some of this excess. Thought I was being clever. Perhaps not as clever as I thought. That seems fine. And not weapons. Furniture as well. Although Caesar would be a real Dutch bag if he requested either of these goods from me. Right, clay and pottery, yes. Wood and furniture, yes. The IKEA economy starts now. This is a pretty nice setup to have for a custom map. If you can make your own pottery, that's very strong for a map maker, because it means they can locally get all the way up to small insulae, which is an incredibly powerful tax base. If they can also make their own furniture and oil, then they can get all the way to grand insulae, assuming 2 food types, and that's just obscene money. Oh god, that is so close to there. Well, on the plus side, I'm very well equipped for dealing with this. Attacks from here are probably the best ones to get, because this is just where my army is. So I send in the...
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Oh, they do get to escape. Okay, I was anticipating a fight there. Don't get that close. Trim this back a little bit just so my Javelineers have a bit more space to work with. Oh god, the Patrician is... not Patrician, the other guy with a P. He's going out to fight. Prefect.
The city's defenses should never have let the enemy through.
The enemy isn't through!
I'll fight to the death. This city's safe while I'm still alive.
In vanilla, this line doesn't play. I don't know why.
This soldier's too strong for me. I'm not paid enough to
Look at that. Javelins are a wonderful counter to elephants. That was a much smaller fight than I was anticipating. What are we? We're 6 years in? Maybe a huge fight 6 years in isn't to be anticipated, but I was given a lot of starting resources. There we go, we're eating zebra for dinner tonight. Never eaten zebra. I imagine it's much the same as eating horse, which I have eaten. I would love to eat every animal on Earth. But not all of them, like one of each would suffice. Not even whole ones. Something is off about my production of wine. Look at this guy. Why is he not working? Why does he not have wine? The wine gets produced, the wine gets taken out. What's going on here?
Unemployment is so high, my wife's even stopped nagging me to get a better job.
Look at this guy. You're the reason I've had wine problems. Maybe. What the hell is he doing? Never seen anything like it.
Unemployment is so high, my wife's even stopped nagging me to
That's
get a
it!
better
He
job.
works for this place, and for some reason he's glitched out. Oh god. What the heck? I played a lot of this game, I've never seen this before. Better save in case this causes me bigger problems. Alright, finish off your next wine delivery. What happens? We should see 2 wine cart deliveries going, or vine cart. Yeah, there we go.
Unemployment is so high, my wife's even stopped nagging me to get a better job.
If we reload the save, he's still there. Huh, okay. Well, wonders never cease. Yeah, that guy's been collecting a salary and not working this whole time. It's like Hal from Malcolm in the Middle. Right, life is good. Like I said, I want to hit 8,000 denarii and build up my patricians. Could probably do it on considerably less, but waiting for the money also gives me time to build up my pottery and my furniture. Didn't Caesar ask for something? Cheh, yeah, not happening. Gladiators will free him, don't you worry. Yeah, I should have noticed that wee vibration happening there. Figured it was just some guy down in the Casa Mosh pit. But yeah, my wine production was halved for a long time because of this guy. And again, I have no idea what caused that. Also, don't know what's causing the sudden lack of theatre entertainment. Got that theatre workers doing weird things for me, but I suppose it's not too big of a deal. Alright, more of them. Come one, come all. I neglected to put up towers here, as tempting as it was to do. Will I be punished for my indiscretions? So a big thing I like to do is not antagonize my... Oh god, why did I have to say that? What I like to do is not antagonize my enemies, because then they start running for me. If you don't antagonize them, they wait on your border for a wee while. Unfortunately, I did not consider that my javelineers would be throwing over mountains to attack the enemy. Oh yeah, also prefects like to go out and antagonize. Also, inflation hits once again. Only went up by 1, but I will match that. It's okay, it's just a gatehouse. It's about to become a lot more than just a gatehouse. Breaking on through. Close in, kill that elephant. Alright, there we go. A few losses, but nothing too tragic. Legionnaires are the ones that I don't want to lose because I have to import more iron to replace the lost weapons. But that seems to be going okay. Right, so that would have gone pretty much perfectly if I had just not deployed my javelins as quickly as I had. But I did deploy them, so shame on me. Taking damage from enemy attacks hurts your peace rating, and that's an unacceptable loss. Peace rating needs to hit 50, and if it gets crumbling down, when you're on a time limit, that could be painful. And come the sandstorms once again. Alright, 6,000, not far away from what I said I wanted for Patricians. Oh, good heavens! To my immense credit, it was a brilliant idea to start setting up Legionnaires as swiftly as I did. Here's a question. Do I fight with just these guys or not? How big an attack do we think this is? Do we have more attacks coming in? No, we don't. Alright, everyone gets deployed. I was considering leaving the Uras back at base, because whilst everyone else was fighting, they would get replenished from the barracks. The barracks only replenishes forces when they're at the fort, or at least aren't out fighting. But I figure if this is the last batch of attacks, it's better that everyone fights together so I take fewer losses, rather than faster replacements. Hopefully they take the path of less resistance, since I walled this area off. I miss my soldiers speaking Russian, but we'd run with custom voices for a long time. I wanted to go back to vanilla. Even if that chant does sound like it's straight out of Red Alert. Okay, it's a baby attack here, nothing to worry about. Truthfully, I'm not even sure I need my... Yeah, I don't think I even need my legions. Or my legionaries, rather. I'm going to send in the Javelineers. They'll be my front line. Because Javelineers are free to replace. There we go. Got the best of both worlds there. No losses whatsoever. Yeah, I guess that was a baby attack because the expectation... I am playing on very hard mode, right? Oh, thank God. I'd be mortified if I found out I wasn't on very hard mode with attacks like that. Still, nothing to worry about. That theatre guy is practically committing treason. Move it. Yeah, dirty Carthaginians trying to take back Carthage. Carthago got Delanda ested, and now it's being turned true Roman. We have so much food here. But that could be misleading. This could be a lot of food because I produce 1 excessive cartload every year, or because I produce 20 excessive cartloads every year. It's very hard to judge. If I was farming, it would be very easy to count, but fishing is very difficult to calculate. You can... There's a calculation from fishing point to... or from wharf to fishing point, and you can figure out how much fish they produce. But that means knowing where the fishing point is, which is not easy, because the birds here float around somewhat randomly. The game is telling me I could give Caesar his wine, but what I'm contemplating is not giving Caesar his wine and continuing to make money. And I think you know which I prefer.
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
Have you played Red Alert 1 and 2? I played Red Alert 1 on the PlayStation 1 and it was horrible, and you'll never catch it streamed here. At least not by my choice. Not my kind of game. I do not like RTSs. There are some exceptions to that, but generally I like the games in spite of them being RTSs. You could say this game is an RTS, and I would say, no, it's a city builder with RTS elements. Whoa, where'd all that money come from?
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Well, I think we found our guy.
A good day to you.
Our guys, they just bought all of the marble for the whole year in February. Okay, well, it's definitely time for Patricians then. Let's get going. The most important building is this Senate. It is the only tax building we have. We're not allowed to build more of it, and if this one crumbles, it's all gone. That's why I had these tent guys living here purely to keep this building standing. And they've been doing that job for 8 years. Now, I will finally do something. But what do? We should have all of the gubbins for luxury palaces because we have access to 1, 2, 3 types of food. And of course wine, oil, furniture and pottery. All kinds of entertainment for them, all kinds of education. So, how do we do this? I need a general game plan here. Because of the placement of the Hippodrome and the Colosseum, I'm not sure a loop is the best idea here, because I'm going to need a gladiator, lion, and, well, a gladiator pit and a chariot racer built here such that they go towards that. Also, how many luxury palaces can I support? How many do I need? Oh, that might be the more important question. Hang on. We have... Oh, crumbs. What did I even call it? Should have stolen or something. Here we go. Caesar 3 maths. Stolen from Blobber. Google Sheet, go! And for once, don't dox me. Hold on to your horses. I think we can grab this around here somewhere. Because we have stipulations, don't we? Alright, this is something, but it's not going to look right, is it? No, not at all. I need to bring you down and bring you up. Here we go. We can get rid of all this nonsense over to the side. We don't need to know the stuff in the bottom. Here's a prosperity calculator. So this map wants me to get a prosperity of 100, and the population that I'm aiming for is 8,500 or better, because that's needed to pass. So what can you get for 100 prosperity? Well, let's imagine that we have 100 small casa. That's a good benchmark to have. That's 6,800 people, huzzah. And let's say 4 luxury palaces. Brings us a little short of our target, so let's change it to say 120 small casa. Let's also imagine that we're going to have some tents. I don't want any tents, but let's just imagine I have 4 of them floating around, just in case. That actually brings us up to the population goal, but we're well shy on prosperity at 87. What if I had 5 of these things? Perfect! Oh, Maximus Perfectius. And if I somehow had no large tents? Okay. That's also more small casa than I need. If I had 110? 105? Okay, 5 luxury palaces is what we're aiming for. Anything on top of that is just gravy. A luxury palace is the size of a governor's villa, which I usually use for planning, but not in a proper game, because that's 400 denarii per planning block. At the farmland and the Hippodrome, it was originally used for me to line up the buildings. I knew you could use it, but perhaps it's more powerful than I anticipated, given how large the Hippodrome is. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 additional farms means that I was just able to use this as my industry point. If I didn't have these farms available, either I would have added industry in here, which would severely gimp this as a population point, so I probably wouldn't do that at all. This farmland is almost entirely unusable, so I guess industry would have been not here. This is suicide. Could use this area. This I want to use for excessive plebes if I need them. Oh, here actually. Yeah. Unless this was also unintentional. I noticed this was covered in the amphitheater and theater. Yeah, industry would have gone here. Well, the aggregation would have gone here. Aggregation? Agricultural? Aggregation? Sure. Farming would have been done here. Production would have been done here. Warehouses for storing and selling over here. It wouldn't have changed much, but let's assume this wouldn't be available either. Industry could have gone here, but it's really out of the way. Really unpleasant to have it over there. This I want to use for... Okay, okay. Either I would have used this or this patch of this farmland, because I can still use the guts of all of this for food. And then I could still shove in... This is all hypothetical, right? I'm not going to move my industry over right now. A little tighter than I'd like, but yeah, industry farming here with processing here, food over here with my plebes here. I think this map looked harder than it is. Well, we're not done yet, are we? We've got to get these patricians up. It's just looking at the layout of the farmland, I thought stuff would have been harder. I thought I wouldn't get this many people crammed in here, though. This is a really, really good housing block I've built. I don't want to pat myself in the back too hard, but I will. I think I could actually... Ooh, I just had a thought, and it's a pretty good one. Later on, when I want to make sure I have no tents, I can actually just trim off this entire part. I won't need additional weapons, probably, and if I do, I can migrate them somehow. Could even actually move this over and connect it all so it gets done here. And then I don't need this labor, because they'll get workers from here. Ooh, that's devilish. Delightful, even. I think this is one of those maps that once I've done with the stream, I'm going to prettify it in my own time and just make it as good can be. Probably still going to be small castle and luxury palaces. Anyway, I got severely distracted there. I usually save talking about the map for when I'm done, because you never know when there are surprises coming out. Could have a 4-way attack from large pajama warriors, although I doubt it, because that would be horrible. What are we building here and how are we building it? Very important questions. I think I'll have an easier way of thinking about it if I simply delete these existing roads. I don't need this scrubbery either. I have 2 major issues, 3 really. Goods distribution, services, specifically the entertainment, and perhaps most destructively, desirability. Desirability up here is going to be hard as hell with no statues, but not impossible. I need to set it up in such a way that the luxury palaces, of which we're thinking about 5... Ooh, hey, if it's 5, that's a pretty good number. Okay, okay. What's our water access like? Not good. Could it be better? Considerably better. Okay. Oh, bollocks. I can't actually get water up there because of the elevation. Okay, okay. So it remains not good. Think, Jake. Use that thing on your head and think. No way of getting water over here. Essentially that limits building work to here. Right. Range of 3 on this thing. Okay. Okay, a plan is forming. Need to get rid of all these things first, though. Things. Those are people. Real people.
I've been thrown out of my home. I've got nowhere to live.
I miss you, Nikki. There's a lot I don't like about this, but I'm just going to have to suck it up, aren't I? Fountain range of 3 means a few implications for me. Okay. Fountain. A 2x2, a 1x1, a 1x1. Okay, okay. What I'm saying might not make any sense to you, but it makes sense to me. Let's imagine a situation like this. I'm going to have to connect this up, I think. Well, do I? Yes, yes, I do. That's, that must be done. That comes with problems. Are they real problems, though? Only for market ladies. I'm going to need a lot of market ladies because they're going to do a lot of walking over here for furniture, oil, wine, and the other thing. Okay. Doesn't change the fact that this must connect. On top of that, I must have access to this this Colosseum. And we're also going to finally get access to our Hippodrome. These buildings have not been functional because I haven't given them road access, but they haven't burned down because the road that they did have was 2 tiles away, meaning that walkers could still fix it and stop it from burning down. So that's going to be that way. Could muck up some walker stuff here, but let's not worry about that. These guys eating my wheat is a considerable problem. I want them to eat my wheat. I might get rid of 2 of them. We'll see. How much wheat do I get? 25. 25, huh? How many people can be fed on 25 shipments of wheat? And is there a way to stop others eating that wheat? There are, actually. Ooh, there's a particularly devilish way I can do that. Yes, yes, they are not getting access to my wheat. Okay, good. Let's not worry about the wheat then. I have other ways of dealing with that. In fact, oh, it solves a lot of my problems. Oh, but not all of them. But it might solve enough of them. Okay, okay. I would quite like them close to the Senate. Ba-bum. Senate does give a lovely boost to things. Taxman doesn't need to go far, but he needs to go far enough. 1, 2, 1, 2. One, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Does this in any way work? So this would allow me to put down, say, my academy and a hospital here. But these guys also need big access to religion. So maybe academy, hospital, 1, 2, and another grand temple. Temple access is going to be a tough one, huh? Because I don't have access to small temples, giving these guys godly access will be tough. The taxman should be able to walk far enough to tax everybody. Can I get them here? 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, just. Desirability is going to be a pig, though. Alright. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure. Okay. Okay, I can kind of work with this. Absolutely vital that you don't burn down or break down on me. I'm gonna add another prefecture, another 2 prefectures, because you know what I say about trusting prefects. It can be done because they're such lovely people. Okay. I wish I could put down some kind of thing that I know where they're going to be, my patricians, that is. Hang on. I didn't consider the space for the fountain, did I? Maybe I don't have to. Fountain could fit here, watering 2 of them. fountain doesn't fit otherwise though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Does it really work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But we're not making 6, we're making 5. So yes, the fountain will fit. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fountain there. And fountain there. Allows me to put something nice in the middle. Might be an or... Wait, that's too big, isn't it? There we go. Don't know what's gonna go here, but something should. That way I can have one Patrician here, another Patrician here, and then 1, 2, 3 along here. Desirability is going to be such a pain. I can already foresee having problems with that. How are we going to do that? How are we going to do that? We do have access to oracles, quite a lot of oracles, so... I might just have to have like nothing but oracles along here, but even this side's going to need something. That's going to rack problems with my wheat distribution that I wanted to do. Maybe we just build it and let them come. But that does mean that I need the additional food. Looking at it, these warehouses are actually kind of... not warehouses, the granaries are starting to take a bit of a beating, aren't they? Yes, they are. I'm starting to see some real problems with my setup here. As opposed to all those fake problems. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I could bring water over here to make my life a little easier for you, because I do want to push this one out a bit. Yeah, actually what I could do is connect you up. Then I'm very worried about some of the walkers going off that way when I don't want them to, though. What could be done to alleviate that? I do not know. I worry about these guys not getting the services they need, but whatever. We just gotta cope with the problems as they come. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, boop. No statue to pin you in with, instead I'll use a well. Thinking about it, wells are cheaper. I should be using wells to pin my population in more often. The Nickies come back and immediately settle down there. Right, like I said, distribution. Hell of a problem for these guys. How do I solve this hella problem? I could actually use this to greater use, couldn't I? 2 granaries? 2 granaries, imported wheat. Again, I didn't want to feed these guys wheat, did I? So what if I don't? Or what if I do and I don't care? Both work to a degree. Can get rid of 2 of those houses. That way when they eat my wheat, I'm not going to care so much. Still care a little bit though. I wonder if that'll work. Will that count as road access for you, even though you can't really use it? Maybe I'll put it there instead. If people want to walk that way, well, they can just walk that way. More protection for it. You are going to, whoa, not be emptied. I'll get the meat for you, and I'll get the wheat for you. I already don't like what I'm doing here. The main issue I'm having is that bleeding tax man. I could instead wrap it round the other way. If he came up along here, I'd have a lot more space for desirability boosting. And then what would I do? I'd take it in... but it still needs to get up there, doesn't it? Ah, but what if... What if... No water to the north. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But I think I was just having a thought. A good thought. I just dropped it like a hot potato. What the hell was it? Ah! Yes, of course, of course. It's all so simple, isn't it? We bring you out like so. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. For a bajillion oracles. And then what I can do is I can add more services here. And that way the taxman goes la 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 la. And whether he takes a left or right here doesn't matter. He's already taxed the people we need to tax. These guys bring more services. And sure, they might not all go this way, but I just need the... Of their 4 different circuits, one of them to come down this way and we're still good. Gucci, even. Kind of counting on these oracles doing God's work. And that is a lot of work to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, so I can also get a whole load of them over here. Alright, I think we'll be okay. Desirability is going to be the main issue. We'll see how that works out, though. And again, never, ever trust your prefects. Yeah, don't trust inflation either. Oh gosh, it's all happening. Right, so inflation is hit, we're being invaded, and Caesar wants more of my marble. Well, let's take it one problem at a time. Here's all the marble you could ever want, and I'm going to accompany it with some Arabian stallions. We're not that far, should be easy to get. Now he's got Inglorious Ambivalence. We did 100 favor to win this map, by the way. On clerk salary. Is that even possible? The answer is yeah, but it's tight. I definitely need to pay Caesar back his denarii. Also, we're being invaded from the native lands. Not ideal, but not insurmountable either, because it should be rather trivial to hit them. As long as they don't immediately start gunning for me, which they could. Oh, and they are! Uh-oh. So I suspect Sudazima has given these barbarians a target, which means they immediately just gun for your city. Holy crapola! Rough. Holy gosh, it really is all going on. Alright, there we go. Phew. The Pajama Warriors, if you give them a target like attack food or attack wealthiest buildings, they just go out like lightning bolts, and that can make it extremely difficult to play on a large map, because they can come from any corner and just hone into you like that. So that was scary, but it was all the more reason to feel vindicated about putting my army so centrally. Would have been even better if I put my army here, but then they'd be less likely to deal well with attacks over there. Okay, where are we at? Do. I hope these guys get labor access, but there's a high chance that they don't. So I want you to get wheat, and I want you to get meat. There's a good chance that I'm not going to get meat fast enough, so I'm going to set up another guy to get meat. I think I produce enough excess meat for this not to be a problem, and they shouldn't have any problem actually physically getting themselves over to that warehouse. The main problem is, of course, labour access, which they may or may not get. Only one thing, Jake, like more than taxes, is to send children into factories. No, I think I prefer taxes more. See, good industry is getting stuff for your hard work, but good taxes is getting stuff for other people's hard work. I think I forgot to set the import, didn't I? Yeah, we need to import wheat. Thankfully, wheat is a very cheap good to import. Okay, how about the market setup? I want an oracle there. Market, market, market. The market ladies have a long way to go, so I need a lot of markets, which is a shame. But it still needs to be done. Uh-oh. On top of everything else, Caesar wants my armies. And possibly my leggies. I have no incoming attacks, so it shouldn't be a big deal. It is an average force, though. What does an average force need? I think 3 academy-trained legionnaires are overkill. I'll give you 1 javelin and 2 legionnaires should suffice. Sure. If this fails, this is a big problem, but get out there. Don't want to leave myself undefended in case I get ganked. So yeah, that fish being produced is now being taken over, which is lovely. Bit of a long trek. Like I said, moving food is a slow and laborious process.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Well, if you have any. There we go, the wheat will be pretty fast to throw into the granary. It gets chucked in and thrown in. The fish will be a lot slower, that's why I put up 2 warehouses for it. And you know what, I'm even tempted to put a 3rd one in. So tempted that he does it, because it is important. So a warehouse will get its food until it has, I think, 8 units of that food. This one has 4. Next cartload will bring another 4. Then they unload it into the granary, and then they go and get some more. Fortunately, I'm overfishing here. Glad it worked out that way. You only need 3 armies. That's not a given, Chumro. An army has a different value. An untrained auxiliary has 1 point. An untrained legionnaire or a trained auxiliary have 2, and a trained legionnaire has 3. And when the map maker makes a foreign invasion, he gives it a value of attackers, 20, 50, 100. And you need to have a larger value than that. I don't know how it breaks ties, but larger is better. And the more larger you are, the fewer losses you take. So that average force, I think that means it was between 50 and 80. I'm not 100% sure, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. Let's assume it was 80 though. I just sent 32 times 3, which should destroy it, plus some extra. Should, right? Whoever really knows. Alright, time to start giving these people what they need. We already patronize Mercury, Neptune, and Mars. So I'm going to give you access to Venus. And Ceres. And since this map is being held up by our fishing operation, I think we could stand to do another one for Neptune around here. On top of that, they are going to need... of course I haven't given myself good positions for this. I think I do need this road to come down here, as annoying as this is, and it is very annoying. Okay, but they should get access to labour off of you. I'm sure that'll be fine. I'm sure, he says. Never trust prefects. Right, I need a chariot maker. And I need a gladiator school. And we can enhance upon that later. Hold on, that doesn't work at all. It needs to come along this way, not that way. Foolish, foolish. Crumbs. I can fix this though. Just don't particularly want to. Alright then. Fix it by having a gladiator school here and a chariot maker here. These can be used for other things later on. That'll still give them access to the Hippodrome and the Colosseum, which will get them up to Patrician level. We'll go beyond that later. Beyond that, they need access to... I'll put the school here. Should be easier to grab everyone, although I hate putting schools there. Hate the schools in general. That should be fine for a school. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I can fit a 3 by 3 over here. It's kind of good. Stick the library over there then. Stick the academy over here. There's a lot of ways this could go wrong. Also, I need to take note that the baths must go where the water is, so the bathhouse goes here. Or potentially here. Probably there then. I want to save myself space for a 3 by 3 here if need arises. What else are they going to need? Well, plenty of stuff, but we'll get there. School children can be absolute boils on the arse in this game. It sends out 4 children. They have very short range for running, but they only go one way. So if they don't go the way you want, that school is never going to work the way you want it to. So hopefully they manage to employ a teacher at some point. What's happening? Enemies are on their way. Isn't that wonderful? Couldn't help but notice that Sudazima is getting all the credit for my work here. There's no way to change your name, so of course their name would have been used. Oh, good, great. The school child goes exactly where he needs to go. Or one of them does. All the other 3 go over to the Senate. Probably going to put in some nasty graffiti. One, 2, 3, 4. Alright, we'll do that then. What was that? Oh man, I missed. I was right-clicking to get rid of whatever I was building, and I got rid of the really cool scene telling me I have a working hippodrome. Just imagine it was really cool. We saw it last time, though. He only gets credit if you do well, Jake. You might want to send him for a jolly rowing trip. Oh no, isn't that a temptation? Right, while we're at it, we're going to need a doctor and a barber. That's why I positioned my fountains the way I did. Allows me to sneak in a little one by one here and there. Alright, looking not too shabby. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to stick you here and keep you pinned down with a well. Yeah, thinking about it. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I want you to grow it like this. So I think I'd rather have you... Oh wait, is that really true? Need you to hit there. Because that water has to reach you. You need to be there then and grow out. But your friend can go there. We can have this. Alright, that works.
I've been thrown out of my home!
I'm lucky to have a job with unemployment this high. There's enough unemployment here to make your hair stand on end.
Great voice acting. Can it be faulted? I can't fault it. Alright, might look a little ropey, but I think this will work out okay. This is not working out okay, however. They're struggling to get employment around here for my... warehouses, and I don't like it when that happens. The temptation is to throw down this. A couple of 1x1 casas. We do have the prosperity to allow for that. Hopefully they'll become casas, no guarantee of it. They'll certainly get the entertainment. Uh-oh. Rome has just made importing clay more expensive. I need to get my patricians up and on the go. I might look comfortable with my 8,000 denarii right now, but we won't be able to export wine for much longer, because I will need to set it to import for my beloved patricians. Market ladies will be going to get oil now. There's going to be a bit of a slow drag as the market ladies slowly get the goods that these people, these patricians so desire, but they will get it. Just give it time, be patient. Get rid of you, you'll get your barber access real soon. Do you need Caesar 3 to make maps? I don't know, actually. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the map maker is a standalone program, which can just be downloaded easily enough. But honestly, this game is very old. What exactly is stopping you just, you know, getting it from your Brazilian uncle? Olive demand has dropped. Is that a problem? The prices are still okay. There's no problem with me continuing to sell them. I'm way overproducing wine, so I can now happily give it over to Toga Boy. Definitely producing too much wine, aren't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wine workshops. Good to know I can trim back on that, and I certainly will when it's time to import wine. This looks nice. Look at that Grand Insulae. They have 3 types of food. They're now just waiting on wine, and our market ladies will go and get that wine. It is annoyingly far away. Putting my warehouses here seemed like a good idea. If I'd been thinking harder, I would have put them much closer to here so the market ladies don't spend forever walking over for it. I'm sure it'll be okay, though. How could it not be? What would I do in that case? I think the reasonable thing to do is to migrate... Could I get 2 of my warehouses over here? Yes, I could. A very reasonable thing to do would be to migrate the oil and the wine workshops over here. Is it clever enough to do? I would say yes. Yes, it is. Observe. Going to put back together what I destroyed. Warehouse 1, Warehouse 2. This warehouse accepts oil. This warehouse accepts wine. In fact, I might as well get the wine from the existing warehouse. You no longer accept wine, and you no longer accept oil. In fact, we'll start emptying both of you. That way the market ladies only have to walk to here instead of walking all the way over to here. It might not look far, but it's a considerable amount of distance of windy road to get there. They still have an aeon to go for the pottery and the furniture, but I can only solve so many problems, game. Sadly, you can't put a cap on the amount of goods a warehouse takes, so I can't say, alright, warehouse, get 4 units of oil, 4 units of wine, 6 units of pottery, la-da-da. But yes, having my warehouses over there instead of over here was a mistake for Jacob to make. Oh, I'm very pro-piracy. I don't do much of it, but I certainly have no problem with it. Right, 20 in warehouse, and Caesar wants 12 of them. I can easily dispatch that. I'm not going to give you an additional gift, Caesar. Get off my back. Now we need L'Hôpital, and we... Where do we put that, anyway? I want to put it over here, but it looks like it's going over here. The reason I don't want to is we've got a good space for 2 2x2s here. Can I do anything better than that? Hospitals have annoyingly short walking range. Ah, I can put it here. That does get in the way of anybody wanting to walk up these stairs into Carthage proper. But that is only a bad look. Functionally, it's no bad thing because they can just walk around the shrubbery here. and still get in this way. Unless... Oh wow, I could block that off. Well then they just have to walk even further around. Doesn't sound like my problem. Doesn't sound like my problem. Alright, there we go. Small villas, once they get access to the medicine man, become large villas. You want fruit. And the fruit is aeons away, isn't it? Those poor market ladies have a lot of work to do. So what the hell is this? Why is this what it is? You shouldn't be. I'm torn about this one. Do I just delete this? I don't want to just delete it, but... Away you go. God, Toga Boy is serious about taking all of my wine, isn't he? I'll give it to you, but I'm not happy about it. If I have to pirate another 100 gigabyte game, I'm going to radicalize. I swear. Maybe that's why they make them so big, to discourage piracy. Well, I'm sure that's not the reason. Okay, getting to the point where I'm really going to be struggling on desirability for these poor buggers. Really struggling on desirability. Getting better than that is going to be hard as hell. I'm gonna wait until this thing grows up. Nah, actually that should be fine. Maybe not. How about I put a well down here? Yeah, they're all starting to hum and ho about desirability. This is a problem, a very real problem. What can I do about that? There's only so much the great Oracle Man can perform here in terms of miracles. How about another large temple to Mercury right here? That'll give some desirability buffs, but evidently not enough. They're also going to need yet more access to fun things, which is proving difficult. If I put an amphitheater here, gladiators should also go there. Also, the Lion House will make sure they get more entertainment out of the Colosseum, which only has gladiator bouts. But they also need a theater. Of course, I just crammed more things into where I would have wanted or needed that theater. This is getting tough and tougher. Maybe I can get away without a theater. They only need 80 points of desire of entertainment. Ah, okay, we're at the point where we need more types of wine, so my wine exporting days are behind me. And my taxation days are ahead of me. Alright. Don't hurt me too much, my plebe friends. Pay 4 above Rome. Is it 4 or 5 above Rome that you're meant to pay? No, it's 8 above Rome for the maximum bonus. Get that tax coming in. Get those wine imports. They're expensive, but they're not going to happen. Reason being is that I can only import wine overseas, and there's no warehouse connected to my dock that accepts wine. Also, really chewing through that meat, aren't we? I don't want to export all of my meat, so let's make sure that we only export above 24, 8, and 8, and yeah, we're good. 24. Need to make sure that my patricians get the first meats. And this is what I was worried about. It's actually problems with desirability. Dun, dun, dun. He's thinking. Better believe he's thinking. If I migrated the library to over here... Librarian might be able to walk this far. One can only hope. That would allow me to get rid of this library and replace it with a theatre. If the librarian does not walk all the way around, this is going to cause some severe devolution problems all the way down to Medium Insulae. So I'll save and make sure the librarian actually goes where I need him to go. Patrician seeing 17 temples. This place doesn't have enough temples. A very patrician view. Right, for the love of God, take this route and don't get stuck on the stairs. Ooh, oh god, he was so close! So agonizingly close! Do that again, please. But you know, the way I want you to. Down here, down here. Further. Booyah! Done and done right. And that leaves me a little space for an extra all-powerful oracle. Oh, yeah! Alright, we are getting somewhere, and where we're getting is good. Where we're getting is really quite good. I can get rid of that well now. You like that? You like that? I am so freaking good at this game. Alright, we've got a couple of niggles here. You know what? I was overlooking something pretty big. I can shove an oracle right here. How did I not notice that? Pretty much solves all my problems. And I've got all this space left over. Cool. What was that? The Emperor wants all of my oil. I don't really have that kind of oil to give you, man. Your demands are getting a bit demanding. Only export over 24 units of oil, please. Make sure I have enough. And if you want a better place to live, I can give that to you. That is close. Right, I think I know how to solve this. I'm gonna put a villa of my own. Right here. So here's my thinking. This villa's most desirable point is definitely here. Because oracles have a range of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Meaning that the high desirability stops dead here. And this point is closest to all these oracles. So this is the point that I need to make more desirable. So putting more gardens here won't make a difference. Gardens have a range of 3. 1, 2, 3 would not be able to hit this tile here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my own villa, which has a nice big range, throw it right here. It's going to make it evolve. Then I'm going to get rid of my villa, and I'm going to hope that you don't devolve. Okay, well I hoped in vain. What can still be done? What can Jake still do to bring everything around? No statues. Nothing I can reasonably build here to improve anything. Or is there? Or is there? Go ahead, low, go ahead, low, go ahead, low. I think I could put a little oracle over here. How do you feel about that? He doesn't give a damn. Okay, well, never mind then. These guys hate where they live because it's so incredibly undesirable, even with that oracle there. I'll give you a little bit of garden. But that will not make much of a difference. It looks like it makes some of a difference. I'm trying. I'm trying to make you better than you are, but you're not making it easy. There we go. Whoa, I've actually made it too good for you. I don't want you to be a large casa. Reverse course. That's better. Just regular casa's fine. Couldn't you put a prefect and an engineer back there for more oracles? There's no walker route here, but I have been bamboozled on that front before. I was under the impression that if you don't have an actual way to walk over here, you won't spawn walkers. But sure enough, I could. I am so convinced this doesn't work, but what could we get over here? Another temple? Maybe my own personal home? I still do want my villa. Oh, I can have my own house. What's the range on a house's desirability boost? I think it's only 3. But that does mean that I could put it right here. Is that gonna work? Well, it might if I could have the thing. Well, that does it. I'm gonna have a bigger, better home if they're gonna play it like that. Culmination of great things happening here. We defeated the invading force over in... I don't actually remember where. Where did we do all that? Anyone spot our soldiers? Here we go. We just saved Leptis Magna. But who is Steve Jobs? And we got our 5 luxury palaces. It's tight. You might not think it would have had to be this tight, given that we got all this space over here, but it was. Can I even get through here? Yeah, barely, but we can pass through this way. The main problem was actually water. The fact that water could only come up so far meant that we're very limited on placing our fountains. I mean, maybe there were other ways to squeeze things out. For example, if I had been a bit more aggressive at bringing water over here, we could have used this area, but this looks pretty good. Most importantly, do they all pay their taxes? Hell to the yes, they pay their taxes, right. No, just in time too. The city funds are going down the toilet. Inflation is still rampant. People are extremely pleased with me, paying 14% tax. I would like to make that a lot more than 14%. Don't know if the food is going to hold, and I don't know if the markets are going to hold. Time will have to tell on that one. Yeah, we used to have all those dinars, but we stopped exporting wine, and that was a heavy hit to us. We should still have olives if we have any extra production of olives, otherwise this looks fine. Okay, and a bit more okay. That will definitely take care of prosperity. In time it should take care of money, as long as none of this devolves. Save and save often. Main concern now is population. I still don't know how the food situation here is. Are we overproducing or underproducing? It's unclear. This poor shack, not getting their religion. Maybe someday. Definitely want to get rid of some of these horrible shacks that we no longer need. I can do away with this altogether.
If you want to know what cities look like when they burn, watch carefully.
Oh, I'm watching. Goodbye. No need for that anymore. You'd think there's no need for this, but we still export marbles, and we still use it for building work. The question is, do we expand our building over here, or over here? Another question is, do we do either right now with our economy so fragile? What I need are a load more patricians moving in and paying my taxes. 2,000 tax is not a lot. Yeah, but we haven't maxed it out yet, have we? These people, they've only filled up 20% of the luxury palaces. Maybe a bit more in some cases. And the more they fill up, the more they pay taxes. Also, the more they consume, but we should be taking care of that without too many issues. We still import the wheat here. The wheat gets immediately annihilated by the markets, but that's their problem, not mine. That bleh sound was the sound of a a tent person trying to rise up against me, but getting immediately caned by
This
the
area
prefects.
is dangerous.
Yeah, look at that. Riots are imminent, so the prefects are there to put them down. In an ideal world, I'd get rid of all of this slum labor. Ideal worlds, huh? If I put down just a few casa over here, I could do away with these and just link it up. But what I really want to do is curb my unemployment. Not easy to do, considering I don't have places to make good make work. But it's not that I don't have anywhere to do that. I do things like this. Eats into my unemployment numbers and allows me to tax heavier. Ooh, the privilege of providing funds to Rome. Yeah, how far are we on that, Caesar? Oh, he doesn't give me long to comply. I really need that money from my patricians then. So I think I need to just hunker down and suck my thumb until the money comes rolling in. How much money could come rolling in, though? No point putting in omega taxes until we have more people living there for omega tax value. 14% taxation rate leads to a -3 global mood, which is easily offset by paying 8 more than Rome's wages, which gives +4. Current unemployment numbers give a -1, so I think I can get away with... You know what? Omega tax. People love me anyway. I can throw festivals and start getting uppity. If I could just drop the unemployment a little bit more, things would be even better, though. Don't tempt me. Ooh, well, there's a bone thrown to us. Rome has just increased the price of fruits across the empire, so now Syracuse's 25 import quota. I know it said 27, sometimes you can exceed the quota with dock workers. That almost doubled the money I make on fruit. That is good. Come on, buy my fruit. Oh, well, of course they've already filled up their quota for the year, but get over here and buy my fruit. Also, really need my army back and not utterly shattered in morale, because there is fights to fight. Prosperity's growing nicely. Toga Boy could get his oil, but he could also not get his oil. I'm going to hold on to it for a wee bit, at least until he complains to me. Do we have any problems? Real problems, I mean. I overproduce wine, so I could easily tear down some of my wine industry, but I need make work right now to keep unemployment down. Make work's such a cool term. Nobody works here. How do you not manage to go where you need to go? Kind of crazy that he does 4 walk loops and not one of them take him over here. Oh, well, I guess they do occasionally go there. Don't know why these flicker, but they do. Okay, I am noticeably extremely low on cash money right now. And Caesar's about to take great issue with that. So we really need those taxes coming in. Taxman, could you stop faffing around, please?
Unemployment.
I love collecting tax from rich houses like these.
Oh, jobba en skattning something something, was Ninjan's Swedish line for the tax collector. Do-do-do-do-do-do. More tax on their way. If you're overproducing wine, why did you stop exporting? In order to get the highest level patricians, you need 2 types of wine. Typically, that means you're going to be importing a wine, and you cannot import and export at the same time. So, unfortunately, my wine just has to sit there, just so my patricians can slurp it down. Now, that does work out better for me. It does work out to your benefit, courtesy of taxes, unless you have obscene amounts of wine that you can export, but even then, taxes are better. But yeah, as these guys have more people moving in, they're now just about half full. They are producing loads of tax money for me. The people are very unhappy with me due to my taxation levels. And I can fix that, but only by employing more people. Oh, I haven't been keeping up on wages, that's been an issue. I think I do need to create some make work. Da-dum, da-dum. I always find libraries good for make work because they contribute towards culture, and it's a 2x2 that employs 20 people, which is a pretty hefty number. And I like prefect as well, only employs 6 people, and it's an undesirable neighbour. But you can cram them into a lot of places, and on desert maps, as I often say, there's no such thing as too many prefects. There is, but it's a very high number of prefects. Pretty much have to be breaking the game's walker numbers for it to pose something of a problem. How's that on my unemployment? Unemployment of 9% is pretty good, but I want it under 5%. Definitely don't want this place burning down. Hopefully I'm not ruining any walker patterns by putting down all these prefects. Prefects are also nice because unlike the big libraries, they're not such an eyesore. These libraries are an eyesore. They look hideous. Such an ugly looking building in this game. Another thing you can do is put down a load of fountains. Whether or not they work, they each employ 4 people. All these little tricks. I use prefects instead of engineer posts because engineers are stable. If an engineer works, as in he does his rounds and prevents damage, he will always work. Because damage grows at a normal rate. Fire grows randomly. So you can just get a lot of really unlucky ticks, and somewhere bursts into flames very quickly. So, that, and on top of everything else, prefects employ 1 more person and can be used to defend your city. I mean, what if we got a gladiator revolt? Oh god, I'd be sickened. Alright, unemployment is now 1%, which means that people should actually start liking me a little bit. Maybe. I could throw a festival. Governor, no festivals, your disillusioned people chant in the streets. I almost never throw festivals. But I guess we could have a festival to... Neptune, the fish has kept me strong. Doing a festival gives a one-time boost of 9 sentiment to your city, which should stop them being quite so indifferent towards me. Unemployment could start posing an issue. I do want some unemployment. Unemployment is good. Ah, oh, there's another thing. Oh, good lord. I'm going to sell even more fruit now. What a lovely time. Huh, I thought mood grew when your victorious soldiers returned home. Have I been mistaken all this time? The Romans demand their water power. I try not to do it because as ugly as culture buildings are... Oh, there we go. Bread and circus keeps your people in tip-top shape. And that's absolutely the case in this. Feeding people gives +1 happiness, and one of those festivals gives a +9 one-off. So now the people are not quite so unhappy with my 25% tax rate. That's as high as you can put it. And it's pretty damn high. I'm going to prematurely boost the wages up to 35. That's more than I have to pay, but it's the highest you will ever have to pay for maximum mood boost. Ooh, I made these people unhappy. I'm sorry, will this garden make you forgive me? Yes, it does. Good. The palaces seem to be working out great. The markets are very well stocked. Notice that they stock more wheat than anything else. Again, wheat is the best good for food. If you have the choice between feeding people wheat and feeding them anything else, feed them wheat. Only exception would be if you have amazing fishing or you have to import the wheat. Importing wheat is awful for feeding people. Don't do that. It's what I'm doing here, but I have no choice. These people need 3 types of food to become the highest level Patrician. We have literally no vegetable access, so it's got to be local fruits, local fish, and imported wheat. This wheat comes from Caesarea. Do you produce wheat in Caesarea? Happen to be under attack from 2 loads of enemies at the door? Should I consider walling this off now? Nah, it won't get anywhere in enough time, probably. Probably. If a local attack comes here with a target, they could immediately bulldoze through here. Do I even want plebes here? Could put my plebes over here. Name their city after Caesar? What a bunch of kiss arses. Yes. He's contemplating his actions, and I think he has a solution. This here will be no man's land. There we go, just in case I get some ideas about coming up here, I want to block them off. This is already blocked off. This shouldn't be an issue, but in case it is... No, I actually want this as a path of least resistance, so they don't start thinking about coming through here. If my army is up here and they come through here... Actually, the stairway's right here. Never a big fan of these walls that aren't baked into the city in some way. Feels like they should be next to the group of people, but the way the army invasions work, I just want them to have to chew through some walls before they get to me. Less of a problem here and here because the army is physically there. There's a lot of options for beautifying the city. I think I would like to connect these two up together. Whether or not I use this or this area, probably this area. So actually farming here, and then making it look like the plebe area bleeds into the patricians. Oh, I think that would look gorgeous. I'll consider that. Could actually make some middling level housing around here. Not what I'm going to do on this run here, but I love this map so much that I'm almost certainly going to be playing more of it once I'm done. The overproduction of wine makes me wonder. Should I transition a bit for oil? No, you know what? Caesar's going to get his oil now. He'll get his wine later, because he's going to be very happy about me giving him all this oil. He wants all my money as well. Maybe I could just tell him to stuff the money. I need that money for me. I think I'm going to turn off this marble production. I can't see myself needing 32 units of marble. And if I really need more, I can kickstart it up again. Ooh, but I need the people working here. Alright, I guess I'll keep it then. Could we not get a single 2x2 of Casa right here? It would solve all of my problems. I'm gonna try for this. Yeah, Twitch is glitching out on you. Refresh the page. If that still doesn't work, check to make sure you're not throttling your internet connection somehow. Right, so I really want to do away with my tents, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to connect you up here for labor. Sure. I guess this oracle is past its prime. Actually, no, I regret that. Okay, well, yeah, okay. I've made my decision now, but I instantly regret it. That should be close enough for everybody to get their labor access. And of course, you are not necessary. Health might be too good. Health is very good. Very good is okay. I don't like excellent. Almost perfect and perfect are terrible. Don't go for those. Poor guy has no religion. What can I do for him? I like selling all my fruits, so I'm not super keen on tearing down one of my fruit farms. But I could, just to give this guy religion. And you know what? I proclaimed at the start of this that there will be no building worse than a small casa, so I will give him religion. That's just how nice I am to my plebes. There we go. Rome will never forget the loyalty that I've shown by giving him that little bit of oil. Come on, evolve. There we go. Casa. I know it's hard to see, so there's another perspective. And here's an even better perspective. We slipped this casa in here just so that these fishermen would have easy access to labor. They normally wouldn't have a problem just walking along here and going up here. The problem is this granary. Walkers, when they hit an intersection, and there's a hidden four-way intersection inside a granary, which lets people walk through it, they get lost, and sometimes they just go back and forth trying to go to dead-end points. Although I would have solved all my problems if I'd connected these up. But then the fishermen would have caused me greater problems, so never mind that. Well, I might be good guy, Alderain, but what does the remnants of the Carthaginian army have to say about that? They're attacking from the north, but I'm certain they're not the only attack coming in right now. Save and save often. And consider my options. If this is just a feint, that could be a problem for me. Or maybe we dispatch them so fast. Oh my god, thank goodness I got rid of this. And thank goodness this attack didn't come much earlier from there. Let's see, looks like they do have a route through here. If they have a route, that means we have a route. I'm convinced there's going to be a bigger problem here, though. Let's just clear out these trees. Actually a nice way for my javelin throwers to take the upper... Oh, if I give them a path. Nice way for them to attack with impunity from this higher area. Do they even want to go? No, it's blocked off from there. Oh well, such is life. Alright, dispatch these guys quickly, because I'm convinced it's a feint. Uh-oh. Oh, they're too smart for me. Right, one of the Quakers get back. Two of the Quakers get back. Okay, good, good. They had better ideas. Couldn't kill all the elephants. I like elephants. Probably my favorite animal in the animal kingdom. I think they're so cute. Alright, I was expecting 2 attacks at once there. We're still due another attack, though. I was expecting more losses against Carthaginians. I think Sudazima was holding back on the size of these. Sudazima did send me the map file. Originally it was just a save game, but I like to check out the map files once I'm done. We'll have a look at that, and I'll, as I often do, talk about the map. Hopefully it doesn't sound too pretentious when I do that. How goes it, Jake? Oh, very well. I was expecting more problems, but truth be told, we've always been very close to problems. The money situation dipped down really quite badly, and if we hadn't gotten our Patricians up and operational the moment that we did, we would be in Debt City right now. As it stands, we are in Manola City. Yeah, that's nice. Attacks came early, so getting our army on the go early was also a great choice.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Whenever you said, I like elephants, I just think of the RimWorld run where you made the most inbred elephants ever. Oh, there is no inbreeding in that. Oh, while talking about money problems, the export value of oil just crashed. Went down 50 chunks. Okay, that's fine, I guess. We did get more money coming in from fruits after all. Favor is maxed out. Peace is almost there at 50. It's just prosperity and population. Nice. Which begs the question, how do we expand our population? Still haven't decided between using this and this. I think I'll use this. I think it's going to blend into a much more natural looking city. Don't need any more ships, do I? No, I'm not going to do any more fishing. Poor access for employees here is bizarre, but... should I delete it? Poor or not, it is some actual... I wonder, if I set up a house here of some description, or maybe even houses, would they get the services they need? Well, even if they don't, I can give them the services they need. Very clever, Jake. Wish I was half as smart as you. Should be able to get a good number of mergers right here. Got space for a service building here and here. Surely they get most of the services they need. What about marketplaces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 markets. That's overkill for here. But overkill is sometimes better kill. Toga Boy's getting real mad that I haven't sent him his additional 5,000 denarii that he asked for. There's no good reason to send him that money. But we've complied with every demand he's had, so I will give him this. And I'll give him that wine as well. There you go, Toga Boy. We have enough wine both in the warehouse and stockpiled in the marketplaces. But it's not going to be a problem for our patricians. And our patricians are more than halfway full in their houses, meaning that although we're making good money on taxes, we will make double that money when they're full up. Yeah, Toga Boy loves to steal my money. It's just what he does. He's a monster. Oh, speaking of monsters, Carthaginians are back. Bunch of things just happened there. Ooh, even though the price of marble crashed, hang on, didn't it bounce? Yeah, it bounced back. Ooh, maybe I shouldn't have deleted this now. Glad we kept this marble production. Okay, that's interesting. Sell all marble over 8 units. And I think I'm going to use these rocks to... No, I wanted to use this for... Where else can we grab marble from? We'll check, but only after these Carthaginians are pushing up daisies. I'm glad this game isn't more focused on being an RTS, because let me tell you, it does not handle that great in warfare. I am so glad I put up these walls. Because they're already getting really close, and they're already mulching my walls, and my heavy infantry are still on their way. Alright, they want a PCU. Go and give them a PCU. Block the stairs. For once, my city does look like the population goal. Grand temples, Colosseum, Hippodrome, Luxury Palace, Senate, Bathhouse. Yes! Alright, none too shabby. Drove those guys off with minimal losses. And the losses were largely to our... Oh, hang on. Some of them still taking the mick. You may be a Carthaginian, but Carthage is not for you. Get out of here. More sandstorms, more not my problem storms. There we go. The enemies are being quite aggressive in their advance, I must say. I think these are my only tents left. Oh, right, I just built these tents, didn't I? Chunk, 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 chunk. All merge. Ooh, wow. How did I miscalculate you? Anyway, away you go. And it should be very trivial to water you. Chunk. And gardens will suffice for desirability. I want to keep a line here just in case for some reason I want to draw labor from you over to here. It's not impossible. And I can get rid of you. People are still pleased with me despite my excessive tax rate. A little tempted to drop taxes, but I want to have a lot more money before I consider that. My main issue is that my unemployment is dangerously low. Bizarre for me to say that, I know. Ugh, I guess it's time for horrific unemployment-soaking libraries. Alright, how do we build with this? What do we build with this? I'm short 3,500 people. What is 160 into 3,500? Well, 10's 1,600, 20's 3,200. So I need a little more than 20 farms. I don't think that's going to fit here. No, there are no naval assaults in this game. Wheat farms would be glorious, but we have no access to wheat farms. Fruit farming is all we can do. Now, I could do more fishing, and fishing is really, really good. In fact, look at some awesome fishing locations here. Maybe not that awesome. But there are just too few spaces for fishing, and some of them very awkwardly placed out on this little island here. Can we even bridge over to this? Doesn't get us through here. It's very awkward. Yeah, it would have to be here if we were going to bridge over to it. I don't think fishing is the answer. I think we're just going to have to eat crow with growing fruit. The question is, how many fruits can we get? Well, it's not going to be 22, but it should be enough for a small settlement here. Just to make the whole city seem a bit more interconnected. I know someone earlier was saying they wanted to make a map where you're forced to build lots of small settlements. Personally, I love a city that's just packed. I don't like big stretches of empty space between the city. I like everything to be connected. So in my ideal world, like, I see this as relatively connected, but I'd want to fill this void. And it can be filled. Wow, all these religious folks and not one of them walk over to you. Who's short on temples? We can do a Mars or a Venus. Given how happy my people are to pay excessive taxes, I say we praise Venus. Probably would have been better to put over here, but I didn't. Distant battle. Okay, yet more of them coming in. Right, what are we thinking? What are we thinking? Yeah. We're thinking modesty. That's what Venus would want, modesty. Well, I actually have the money, so I can just build this without thinking too hard about what exactly I'm building. Ba-ba-ba-bum, bum, ba-da-ba-bum. I don't like doing dead ends like that, because it can really hurt for getting prefecting and engineering down there if they choose not to walk the way you want them to. Oh, it's actually looking kind of good. Kind of really good. Ooh, especially if that's shrubbery. I thought there was rock there, but if it's shrubbery... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16... 17, 18. Five, 10, 15, 20. I was told I need 22, right? So dastardly close. But we do have access to more over here if the need arises. Plus, fitting in 3,000 people over here is actually going to prove difficult, to say the least, so maybe just call Canny on it. I know, it's like telling Southside to keep his ambitions in check, but you gotta try. Right, well this needs to get down here, no questions asked. And we absolutely need to have immediate labor access right here. We know these guys can travel rather far. So I got no problem shoving you over here. Okay. It's pretty good in the food. I might have to utilize a lot of this space for plebes, but surely that's a good thing. How's this gonna come out anyway? Trying to dream up a design. Doesn't mean it comes easy. This place is like both too wide and too narrow for any kind of design I'm trying to make here. Let's free up some of the shrubbery so I have a cleaner idea of what I'm up to and check where the water goes. Should be good water access. Let's end up just one big grid. Nature isn't that flat. What are you talking about? I find big blocks of city on nothing but flat land boring. Oh, nobody said flat land. You can absolutely make big, interesting, dense cities on varied land. Heck, we've practically done it here. Although I do agree, if you just have a completely flat city, it ends up feeling very lifeless. Alright, this is a big loop, which means it's going to need multiple instances of services. But that's okay, because I need to overemploy anyway. But I do need to get some people living here and here, or else my farms are going to have a very hard time getting workers. Also, I can drag water over here, it's no big deal. In fact, I can drag water from here, it's no big deal. Alright, that should work out just fine. You know, we're just going to have a big, varied road. Like I said, we're probably going to need 2 libraries, 2 theaters, da-da-da, but that is fine by me. Ba-ba-ba-bum. And I have enough money, kind of, that I don't even need to fish for mergers. So I'm just going to slap down housing, see what sticks. This needs to stick, though. And it looks like it's going to stick just fine. There you go. There you go. Also, something needs to stick here. That doesn't merge, that doesn't merge, that doesn't merge. Ooh, that's triple bad news on mergers. So let's try and make something good of it regardless. There we go. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. As ever, do not ever trust your prefects. They will only betray you. I'd actually want that for a lovely big temple. Should the prefect in there, no one has to know. Only trust in Caesar. Brutus, stop playing with that knife. You'll hurt someone. One of the problems of doing large expansions in a fiery area is just look at how much these people want to burn down. We're looking at a big fire already. I might have to delete some of these. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought would be happening. The prefect spawned, but not in time. So, just gonna delete these so they don't have a chance to spread the fire. It should be enough to. Should be easy enough to rebuild them. Another distant Roman city is threatened. You know, I just had a thought. If I... Oh, Christ, what happened here? The library somehow didn't reach it. No, something happened to cause a devolution. Not immediately clear what. Might have been lack of people to work there. I'm going to get rid of these just so we've got some extra people to play around with. And people will probably be unhappy with me for a wee bit. People are indifferent. I'm going to drop taxes to 14%. There are thresholds on how much taxes make people unhappy. For example, there's no point in charging 12% tax because people are just as unhappy if you charge them 14% tax. Which is funny because the game defaults you to 7% tax rate, and 8% tax rate is exactly as annoying to your people, so just charge them 8. They won't know the difference. Alright, some initial people in. Again, seek mergers, and they don't want to merge, so I won't force the matter. I'm just looking for people here. I'm looking for food in here beyond anything else. Oh right, that distant battle. A large force will now attack in 23 months. Large force generally means send 4 loads of legionaries. I don't have 4 loads of legionaries, but there is an attack on it. 2 attacks on its way to my city currently. That's scary. Don't want to miss it, but can I get by with 2 sets of javelins? No guarantee that this is going to be enough to get rid of the large attack, but okay, I'll send away all of that. I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm not sure. Alright. This looks really good on the mergers. I was mistaken with the mergers earlier on though, so don't take it for granted. There's some mad people that just know the layout of the... they just take one look at the tile and they know if it's a merger spot or not. I know some of the tiles, but not enough of them to do that kind of madness. Alright. More prefects, because we don't trust prefects. Only a fool would trust a prefect. Only a fool would trust his life in the hands of a weapon. Or something like that. Nice pop, 5k, yeah, but we need 8.5k. Can almost send Caesar that money, but there's no pressing need to do so, so I won't. These people are going to want some theatrics. I can do that after I've put in all these houses. Looking good. All of you merge. Boom. Wait, you didn't merge? I must have made a miscalculation somewhere. That doesn't sound like me. Glorious. Love seeing all those mergers come together. think I should leave this open so that people can walk up to the Patrician area. It does make it a little bit more awkward for watering my plebes, but not impossible. Okay, see that prefect that I said we're not going to trust? We're gonna do the unthinkable and trust him. There we go. Ooh, water access here, not so easy, but easily solved. I'm very interested in cities that have really good layouts for water. Oh, this is not so hot. It doesn't work. Can't get the water here. Alright, well, goodbye you. I'm just going to push this fountain further in, and you are just going to have to eat.
I've got nowhere to live!
Well, eat nothing, it seems. Do you want a doctor? I'm not going to give you a doctor, but I will make a replacement prefect, because something trusting prefects. And an additional engineer. Maybe make that 2 engineers. Holy moly! This road was never connected? Yikes. What a miss. Got it sorted now, though. I'm still keen on finding another place for an engineer. There we go. Seems superfluous, doesn't it? Like, I'd rather have the other one further down here. I can do that. And another prefect, please. It's coming together quite well, I must say. The food is all there. Distribute it with marketplaces, and all is well. Did anyone catch if my prosperity went up or down in the past month, though? I'm guessing it went down a touch, given the expansion of plebes. There we go, that should be more than enough marketplaces to see to all these people's petty demands. Ah, it's Palmar! Palmar has authored more than their fair share of Caesar maps. Generally speaking, they've been great ones. Still not sure why this luxury palace devolved. Maybe my employment numbers dipped and they didn't get access to something, but that makes no sense, because surely there's nothing that they could be denied that wouldn't be denied to the other things. I think there was just a slip in market delivery of something. Don't know what, though. Nor am I particularly happy about putting in an additional marketplace. So I won't. But I could. I don't want to play around with this. It looks like it works pretty well. Let's leave it at that. Nice. Unlike my previous map, we actually have shows in our theatres, amphitheatres, Colosseum, and the Hippodrome. If your Hippodrome burns down in the middle of a race, the race will continue. They play the most dangerous of games. Rome needs a staggering amount of pottery. I have spent so long building up this pottery, and you want all of it. I would never normally give Caesar this. It's too much to ask, and I'm already maxed out on favour near enough, but we've delivered everything he's asked for. I'll continue to give what he needs. Just means I need this pottery to fill up again, lickety-spit. Now, who are we keen on deifying around here? Well, Mars isn't very happy. And I'm off to fight a big old battle against the ancient enemy, so let's throw Mars down over here. But now we've got equality, and if there's one thing gods can't stand, it's equality. So let's actually praise Mercury. If it weren't for the vast sums of money that we'd made earlier on, we would be up a creek, so to speak. Taxes at 14. People are extremely pleased with me. I do want to raise those taxes further, but not quite yet. Let's also give people some education. Here's a library, here's another library, here's a theatre, and here's another theatre, and that should be all they need to grow big and strong, short of desirability. But this is elevated land, so it's desirable by default, although living next to the lion's den is not particularly nice. Make some some gardens between this route, but not entirely. Oh, right, there's going to be plenty of desirability near all of this. We can actually get a map mode for it, but it's not as useful as you might think, because I don't know what value it just goes pure blue, but it'd be nice to have some numbers on it, or get numbers on the tooltip when you hover over it. Sadly, Julius development has stopped, so I doubt they're going to add nice things like that in. But yeah, you can see around here, lovely and good. Next to Lion Pit, no citizens desire to live here. Hence the hoveling. Oh god, this place is terrible. There you go. Here's some nice, some niceties for you. And here's even more. No religious facilities. No, that should change. Mercury should make his rounds towards you. And it's just a case of have some nice things. We're not Marek around here. We do approve of nice things. Marek seems to hate nice things for some reason. Always giving himself runs that are just madness. Alright, this is pretty good. This will take us very close to the population goal. And then it even... Oh, hang on. You're doing it again. Run out of furniture. So the problem is the market ladies are not seeing to your every whim. Look at that. These market ladies are low on goods, probably because they have to travel so far. This tells me some worrying things about needing more goods over here. Could it be that the warehouses are too far away for these market ladies to even get what they need? It's not unthinkable. I have an idea for that. See this warehouse? This warehouse is going to get furniture and pottery. Is that wise? That's unwise for a number of reasons. Okay, don't do that then. My idea was that if I brought the goods closer, it means less traveling for the market ladies, but it also means that the pottery and the furniture guys are going to fill it up, and then it'll be so full of those goods that there's no space for the pottery or furniture. Hang on. Just had a thought. You spent a lot of time not working. What if you also got meat? Then I could take one of these, or maybe even two of these. Instead of getting meat, or even accepting meat, why don't you get furniture and pottery? Just bring it closer. Because yeah, look at this devolution until you get your pottery, and then once you have your pottery, actually, you devolve to the point where you don't get clean access to water, meaning, well, problems, really. Ah well, problems we'll have to live with. They will regrow. Enemies are closing in after I sent off my armies. Yeah, there we go, then they need to get their services back. But yeah, definitely a problem with market ladies. And the question might be, well, how do you solve that? The answer is more markets or closer goods. So I'm trying to get the goods closer by bringing over pottery and furniture to here. Trying, he says. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Pretty sure this change will fix everything. Get the furniture, get the pottery, get you guys access to it. I think it'll be a long time before I actually have any problems, and I can always manually shut off furniture if we end up with too much of it. Same with pottery, although that seems unlikely. The main problem is that they kill off a lot of the population in there, so that hampers my taxes a little bit. Toga Boy will need his 10,000 denarii eventually. It does send you a clear message, doesn't it? Make money. Make lots of money. Could build a lot more houses around here. See little reason not to. Right. Tick-tighty. You're good. You're not good. You are good. And you're good. And you're good. Well, that's all good then. Couldn't you stop accepting furniture and pottery near the workshops? Yes, but I want to have more space for them. I need like overflow of furniture and pottery, otherwise this workshop's going to get very full very fast. And it's so close to where they grab the furniture and stuff. Thinking about it actually, do you have an easy route? Yeah, you can get around there really easy. Although I think you're taking this route anyway. Look at this guy, he gets his furniture and pottery really easy. This guy's now bringing in wheat and fish. These guys have stocked up on loads of wheat, so I don't think wheat will be an issue. Besides, once you do have the wheat, you deliver it here very quickly. Or so I'm led to believe. Now I'm starting to wonder if you should be getting meat. I don't think you need to get meat. I'm gonna get rid of that. I feel like it's gonna cause more problems than it solves. If I lose all of my wheat, these guys go all the way down to large villa, and that's a big problem for me. So many things can cause big problems for me, like this incoming attack. Enemies at the door, and I've only got 2 of my legions. How are my other legions doing? Well, they're feeling good. But they're still out there saving another city. This could pose a big problem for me. I'm going to make a backup save. What Sudazima could do is have a huge attack hit me right when my legions are out. Bit of a dick move for a map maker to do, but some do it. Quite horrifying, though. Looking good. Oh god, Caesar sawed off! He wants another 7.5 grand off of me. Fortunately, the cost of importing lumber went down, but that does not compensate 7.5 grand. Far from it. Also, unemployment is spiraling. I need more make work. I don't have a lot of make work to offer them, though. Well, I've got a library, and I've already got a library there. I need population here. Should be space for it. Actually, the population's looking good. I'm only 2,000 short of the goal. But that amount of unemployment makes me a little anxious. Bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Could make work over here. There's actually an excellent location for it. I could shove whatever I want over here. Doctors and... Really, it should just be libraries. They're the best for it. This is so hideous. I don't like it one bit, but it's pretty important to keep that unemployment crushed down low, so that people don't get any funny ideas. Funny haha. Libraries are desirable neighbours, but yeah, look at that big splash of white suddenly hurting how the city looks. It wouldn't hang around, but it's the reason I don't make 100 culture cities. It's so hard to make it look good. Well, it being difficult isn't the problem. I don't think it can be done. Show me a nice... Oh, right, yeah. Okay, so who's getting the earthquake? Will it be our patricians? Will it be the harbour? It wouldn't be the harbour, no way. What's our new settlement? Okay, so when I said no problem, we've got the map solved. That depends on just how bad this earthquake is. Alright, well, the water's gone. At least half of my farms are gone. Easy, tiger. Don't cut me off there. Okay, good. It wrapped around on itself. We did defeat the nasty enemies of Rome. Okay, good. Silver linings. Wow, sick. Right, let's get rid of these. They're not going to be doing anything anyway. Holy moly, that's a savage range on the earthquake. Completely cut my plans here. Right. I need to think on my feet. The granary's still okay. That's something. I guess. All of this is just not gonna happen, so away goes all of that. Look at that market. It's got a lot of food in it. I hate to waste a foodie market. Can I cross over here at all? Yes, I can. This means I can kind of resurrect my loot, but the amount of food I can produce and the amount of people I can house have both gone down the toilet. Who do you water? Almost nobody important. Almost. I'm gonna get rid of you. Hang on, didn't you bring the water over to... Ah, very important. Okay. Meaning I need to bring you back with this. Earthquakes sure do liven up a map, don't they? Suddenly have to think more. I always hated how Earthquake and Caesar and Zeus make those ugly holes which you can't do anything about. Can't do anything about? Maybe, but you can mine. And on a map where getting access to marble is really tough, this could have been a really cool thing to do. But, I don't know, maybe it wasn't intentional for you to get 4 miners here. I think the intention was just 1. But if I could have only had 1 here, then this would have suddenly opened up my market, my marble game a whole lot more. But I will be mining this out. Actually, I might migrate. No, I'll definitely be mining this. No good reason not to. This is actually an excellent opportunity to get mining. I don't think I can reach that last one. Surely the explosions are going to stop soon. Sudazima chiming in to say that the intention was indeed only 1. Too bad. Right, you're going to come around here. And I'm going to need some warehousing up for all of this marbollocks. Price of fish has gone up. Well, maybe that'll pay for some... Holy moly, do we have any space for growing food here anymore? I think I actually have to redo this entirely. Just gonna cause me problems otherwise. Sucks to get rid of a perfectly functional granary that's full of food, but... You know, what's my alternative here? Don't hear these lines often, so let's change that.
The heat from this fire is amazing. These fires spread if you don't catch them fast enough.
Yeah, the art direction's all over the place with the Impressions games, but I've always loved Caesar 3's look. Crisp, clean marble look to it.
The heat from this fire is amazing.
One of the reasons I couldn't get into Pharaoh was it just looked hideous. The maps are ugly, the UI is ugly. I mean, maybe some people like that, but I have no great love for that theme whatsoever. Right, the castle were spared, largely. Is it still my idea to bridge back over here? I think it is. I can do something like, but not necessarily this. There's no need for me to keep this connection whatsoever, though. So I won't. This has complicated matters greatly. Surely I can't fit in a lot of How many do we fit in here? Like 20, I think. Now I don't think we're getting 10. I'd have to make use of this then. I'll replace might with definitely will. I'd even get rid of you just to assert myself on the land a bit better. Can't actually put down 5 because that blocks access here. But I could, if I didn't have a problem with blocking access to land here. Or, with a bit of a shuffle, a bit of a twist, a flick of the wrist. That's what the showman said. Could I get you one further down? Yes. Do I want that? Yes. Kind of blows that you have to pay every time you want to move a building ever so slightly, but I can forgive a lot of turn of the millennium technology. There we go. Put a prefect at the end, so there's less likelihood that everything burns down. And then we put down another prefect, because we don't trust prefects as far as we can throw them. So that squeezes 5 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 30. Okay, well, don't count that, it's just making me sad. They're working on a new project already. Who's that, Curio? I think I missed part of that conversation. Alright, 1, 2, 3... Oh jeez, this is a worse problem than traveling salesman. I want to get through and get them all, but don't want to waste any of this land, do we? Well, if that's going there, it can always go a bit higher. But now this blocks other things. Might not even be worth having you there if you're just going to block everything. Quite the earthquake you've got here. Quite the quake indeed. Could wrap around to grab you from the other side. That would allow me to still not put this in the way, because it's getting in the way of the other farms. Is that my lot? God, there's got to be a way to get more than 3, 6, 7 farms in here. That's a pittance. This was the way forward, is to use this very dangerous land. I will not use that very dangerous land. This land is unusable because there's no way to get back around. Or is there? No. Can't get past these rocks. This long way around is unacceptable. Yeah, nah, I think I'll leave this ruin to show that the earthquake has done its job. And we can get our granary back here. Alright, I'm a little sad at that, but as earthquakes go, it was a fairly good one. For one, we were told that we will get an earthquake halfway through, so we were always aware that we were going to lose something. But I think it's unlikely any player would have made this their main area. You wouldn't have patricians here because the Senate dictates your patricians have to be over here. It's not large enough to have your truly great plebe collection. don't think we were ever going to get an earthquake here or here. That would make no sense. This would have made sense. And I would have been happy because I didn't use the land. But then again, there's no good food. Okay, I guess... if I'd stopped and thought about where the earthquake would have been, I probably would have arrived at the conclusion of it being there, but... you know what it's like with hindsight. It's the only good sight I've got. How about something like this? How many people can we feed on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times 160? That's 1600 plus 320, so it's just shy of 2000. How many times does 70 go into 2000? Well, if it was 70 into 2100, it'd be 30. Let's round it down to 25. Let's say we want 25 small castle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So there's really not a lot of space for more of them. 17, 18. Mm. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Don't let all those deaths be in vain now. I wonder how map makers feel when they watch an earthquake tear through somebody's city. Do they feel good? Do they feel bad? Do they feel guilty for what they've done? I know some people that definitely don't. Why did that just block something off? I don't know. Who's watering you? Ah, that's watering you. Let's just well it up. It keeps telling me that these guys are blocked off. I'm pretty convinced that they're not, but... once that vacant lot is filled, things will look a bit better. I'm gonna get rid of the water source here, just so these devolve down to small tents. Believe me, there's a reason for that. Then we get the merger. Bonk! And then we can see about the fountain. This was not a merger. I put all this effort into being able to tell where my mergers are, and I keep mucking it up. Either I'm not deleting properly or I'm not spotting the pink pixel. The latter is quite likely, given that it's very hard to see on the dusty looking map that we have here. Someone kindly move into that plot, please. Excellent. Get merging. Inflation, but we already countered inflation by paying our people the good living wage. Despite Caesar's demands on my money, things are holding stable. I lost a bit of money last time, but that doesn't impact my prosperity because the loss was spending money. People love me, and if they love me, they can pay me taxes. Simple as. Excellent. This will get things sorted. Might take a bit of time for the fruit to fill up the granary, but it will. And judging by this, I think the farms are working just at capacity. I need the cart pusher to get back in time. And he is back in time. Excellent. Oh man, that's good. That's one advantage of having crappy farms, is that at least they can travel quite a long way before they poop out. Maybe poop out's not the right way of phrasing this. I mean, get too tired to return home in time. Education, do you get library access? You do not. That one library is overworked. Have some school children instead. Yeah, 1602, I remember that. Destroying my microphone. don't want to put that there, that blocks a lot of stuff. I do want to put it there. But I, in a way, cannot. Awkward. Could potentially put the aqueduct here. That would block a lot of transit. No, it wouldn't. People just go up the stairs and around. The worst thing it's going to do is make some land slightly less desirable. That should bring that fountain back into work and re-evolve all these all the way up to Casa. Interestingly enough, they will keep their supplies that they had, so they still have hundreds of food. Excellent. More people will move in, and all should be well. Trying to make things all well. Come on, game. Oh, Jesus, my army isn't here. Right. This could be very bad for us. Hopefully it's a small attack. What you can do is, as long as you have 2 loads of javelins, you can roll your enemies. But that could be a big, big problem real fast. It looks like a relatively small attack. Oh god, no it doesn't. No, it absolutely doesn't. Oh god, they got elephants as well. I think that's game, set, and match for us. This is on me. I should have... I should have set up towers, knowing that my army wasn't going to be here. But hang on, we might force a rout. We have killed a lot of Carthaginian soldiers. Ahmed, please die. Carthaginian infantry is rather crap. But just a few elephants are all it takes to really ruin your day. Oh boy, look who's arrived just in time to kill the elephants! Catch them in the greatest pincer attack. People have seen runs previously where my entire city has been lost to 1 or 2 elephants. Could have very easily happened here, but nope. Whew. City under siege. Siege lifted. Just in time for the other attack to be on its way, though. That was terrifying. A superb tactician right there. Let's not go that far. Okay, Caesar wanting more of my marbles. I don't want to give him that just yet. Wait, he wants 60 meat? Ugh, never make demands of that high amounts. I don't think Caesar's going to get that 60 meat. Not unless I set up a dedicated fishery for him. Am I man enough to do that for Toga Boy? Wouldn't be man enough, it would be mad enough, but I guess so. I've met every one of Caesar's frivolous demands. I think we'll go and get every single one of them. Does mean I need to set up a shipyard again. I swore we were done with shipyarding. Shouldn't take too long to... Oh, wow, that's cruel. You can set up a dock there, or a wharf rather, but you can't actually reach it. Same here. Huh, man. Sudazima, what are you on? It's not ideal. That's not going to make the fish very fast, but I do have 2 years to comply. I'd rather use this as a fishing point. Okay, I guess we'll tear down the mess that once was. Shove the shipyard over here, which will allow me to have a wharf over here. This will be a bit hideous, well, more than a bit, this will be absolutely hideous, but... Well, they're fishermen, I'm sure they're used to it. Gotta be one of the more miserable jobs in the world, that, being a fisherman. Never known a poor fisherman, though. It's like a farmer, never known a poor farmer. Most of the farmers out where I'm from, they don't even live where their farm is, they just rent it out to farm hands and they live their life up over in New Zealand and the like. They got it sorted, that's for sure. I'd have to like what they do. There we go. These, however, will be poor fishermen. There we go. Very poor fishermen. Very not my problem fishermen. Okay, this became a lot more sparsely populated than I was hoping for. Also, what's your problem? How is this a problem? Have a lovely bit of theatre. Yeah, 34 BC. Who's the emperor right now? I think what I did with the warehouses really fixed matters. Furniture and pottery piling up here aplenty. Meaning the market ladies don't have to go so far for them. Market ladies can afford to go far for some things, but if they have to go far for everything, it means eventually they're going to run out, and it just takes a few of them to run out at the same time. And then the houses suffer, because the houses stockpile very small amounts of furniture and oil, so those are the two that you're going to see run out quickly. Patricians stock... What the heck? Patricians stock double amounts of wine, everybody stocks double amounts of pottery, but furniture and oil are the two that you're most likely to see run out. Alright, we're being attacked from the entry point and somewhere else, probably. Enemy army attacks. Entry point. Enemy army attacks. Son of a gun! I just set that up, you bastards! Okay. I guess not then. Alright, well, never mind any of this. Caesar wants that money, you know. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. I wonder if the amount of marble that I'm producing is going to be able to keep up. I think the amounts that we can... Hold on. Oh! The warehouse doesn't work over there. It needs to migrate. Wasn't getting access to labor. How unfortunate. You are also struggling on the labor front. Alright, I have a solution for this. One appendix on a route is okay, because they walk in here and no matter which route they go, they're going to do the loop. Multiple appendixes not so good, because then you can walk along here, over here, and never get down to the housing. But yeah, I've been lacking on the marble for a good long time because of that warehouse. Glad my attention was suddenly shifted. Now, what the heck do we do here? What's the more pressing thing to do? Or do we divide our army? Our army is in shambles, courtesy of the previous attack. Also worth noting that we only have 100 months left to beat this level. I think we're going to take out the army here, and we're going to keep all of our forces together. And I'm just going to hope that these guys are pretty slow to amass an attack on me. They do have a fair bit of journeying to do, and Carthaginians are not the fastest around. Never mention how much I love the music. Aftish's finest are completely wiped out, so we're going to leave it to the barracks to reinforce them. Ba-ba-da-ba-bum-bum. I think what I want to do is actually throw javelins at them over this mountain, as our incredible javelineers can do. Force them to waste time beating down this wall whilst they continue to get pelted with javelins. And that should afford me a tactical advantage. Oh god, they are bringing the elephants. Alright, alright. How are they doing over here? Oh, they're also bringing elephants, and they've also moved over here already. Ain't that a problem? Alright. Amazing Roman engineers, please erect this on the double. And also hope they don't start coming along this way. Might actually just wall here just to buy myself some time. Could mean the difference between life and not life. That's right, our Roman engineers can just magic up walls like this. Can't build if you're too close to the enemy, but you can still destroy. So we've softened up the Carthaginian army of Ishtar, Mirjam, Suleiman, Yasir, Mohammedar, and Sood, or Saud, or something. Now they have to come through and face my lowered price of marbles. Ugh, I have all the time to sort out my marble economy. Come get some, you ugly bastards. The prefects are out in force as well.
This soldier's too strong for me.
Advance. Clean them up. Right, they are deader than Mr. Dead, so back we go. Everybody, get back. Uh-oh. Shouldn't have divided my forces, should not have waited so long. I wouldn't even say I waited very long, but... Guys, we gotta move. We have got to move on the double. This land is already forfeit. Just say goodbye to it. Don't think twice about it. We can repair. They're just mulching their way through the land here, unfortunately. So about that peace rating of mine. Good thing it's as high as it is at 67. 3 of them, very bold, Aftish's finest. I need every person that can throw a javelin here and here now. Do we call upon the ancient privilege? I think we do. Prefects cannot fight against elephants. Or rather, it's more accurate to say prefects do 0 damage against elephants. But I might just need warm bodies to prevent annihilation here. Wow, still close enough for me to build this? Oh, barely. Dum da dum. Yeah, look at how quickly they just trample my walls into jelly. Where do you think you're going? Get over here. Uh-oh. Yeah. My javelineers are in for a bad time. They're all just going to die here. And I don't think they're going to even save enough time for the heavy infantry to slowly march their way up the hill. Could I go for a flank? Kind of want to invite them over here, if they would take the bait. Yeah, well, they are through. I mean, they're the only ones that are through here. Sorry, people, your castles must be leveled so that I can have a good fight against the ancient enemy, who's spreading out for some reason. Alright, heavy infantry, I need you in here, and I need you here now. I need you here yesterday. The ancient privilege is helping. Ignore the burning sounds of the wall.
I'll fight to the death. this city safe while I'm still alive.
Two of them going toe-to-toe with an elephant. Ah! Oh, right, that's okay. The prefecture burnt down. How is that possible? I didn't think prefectures took fire damage. Huh, how is that possible? Okay, well, best not to ask too many questions. Oh, there goes a building, so my peace rating's gonna suffer for it, but I don't like the way they're going towards my food base. They're probably trying to go for my javelin throwers, so go and screen for us. No, you gotta fight those elephants. Fight like you mean it. Go! Ooh, we did have contaminated water events. Alright, we did it. One of Aftish's finest still breathe. Not many of our others live to breathe right now, though. Yeesh. I should have never given Caesar my army. There we go. Kill him off. Get out of here. Get out of here. Alright, so my legions are in tatters. Shaken, shaken, shaken. Extremely strong with Uras. But as long as they all get back to base, and I repair my walls and replace this bit of my city that got chunked, surely we're on a path to victory. There are no more attacks coming in. I have good amounts of money. I could even give Toga Boy that loan money back. Oh, the meat is going to be hard to give him. Of course, they would attack right when I was busy trying to actually deliver unto Caesar his meat. Render unto Caesar your fish and all that. Oh man, they burnt down a casa. One casa and one market lost. It's alright, what has been lost can be unlost. I think it was just a lot of 2x2s around here, right? And I believe there was a library here, and a theater here, and some kind of contrived setup of fruits. How did I have it set up? Does that look right to you? Alright, whew, that was a tough one. Could I have won if I'd split my army, though? I don't know, they both had elephants. I think if my army were made of... Well, actually, my army was shattered, wasn't it? So splitting up would have meant certain death. Okay, interesting. I think I was saying something about the map not being that tough earlier on, especially with regard to military attacks. Why is there still fighting? Okay, you're just getting out of here. Good, 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 good. Right, maybe now I can have the fish production that I was trying to make much earlier. Caesar's still going to get it, but it's going to be delayed. But that's hardly my fault. Caesar should have been doing something about these rampant Carthaginians. I take no responsibility for this outcome. Although you could say that Caesar expects only the best. Whew, you technically fought 3 armies, the defense of the other city and then the 2 attack. Yeah, the poor army, right? They came back from a successful mission only to get curb stomped back at home, not allowed any rest. Grim times for them, but hey, they've made it now. Plus, if Caesar gets unhappy about me missing his fish, which I might still be able to make, tell you what, I will attempt to make it by dropping exports, but I will... Oh, I've already maxed out taxes, and people are alright with that. Ish. We'll revoke the ancient privilege, rather than invoke it. That really helped, though. I really think the prefects came to my defense big time there. I needed them to stall the enemy army for the heavy infantry to arrive. It was really cool. I liked that fight. Of course, Caesar grows impatient for yet another tribute of dosh. He's such a piece of work, that toga boy.
What did you say he called me? Toga boy! Who does this haggis-eating, skirt-wearing barbarian think he is? Rally the legions. We go to war.
How does he know? He's everywhere watching me. I can just leave that there. That's no big deal. Prefects dying in huge towering mounts to stop the enemy advance. That's the kind of strategy I can get behind. Of course. That's certainly how we operate here. I think I got pretty much everything that got destroyed back. Maybe that wasn't quite where that fountain was. Or maybe I got rid of a clinic or something. How's my health situation? Oh, we noticed that there were rats in the drinking water. Right, that means we need very, very good levels of health. Why does that mean you need very good levels of health, Jake? Well, rats in the drinking water can actually fire twice in a row, immediately murking your health status and forcing fumigation. It's rare, but it happens, and when it happens, it is so bad, so best just to not let it happen, So we're going to make sure our health level's very, very high. That should take care of it, should make it almost perfect. Don't like it being perfect, but almost perfect should be okay. Perfect means just about nobody dies. If you're not paying Julius, you can end up with ghosts who are people that just never die. They grow too old and then they can't die anymore. Okay, we're looking great now. How many casa do I have in this block anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I think I can fit in maybe 2 or 3 more of them. That should be fine, and that should be fine. And was there space for another group over here? No, no, and no, but also yes. I'll do that for you. Final population push can be done with this land over here, I reckon. Which is a bit of a shame. It's a bit far away, isn't it? Well, no, I could just build up a plebe area over here. I was talking about wanting to do that. I worry that building over here might change some of the walker paths. They have weird ways of recalculating walker paths that are unpleasant at times. Surely we'll be okay. Did you mod Caesar 3 since the water event? It shouldn't fire far more off... Did you mod your Caesar 3 since the water event? Oh, right. It should be firing far more often. It's random. I don't think it's predetermined, although I don't know what causes it to be random, but let's see. Is that the only contaminated water we've had? I'm playing on Julius, though. The only difference is my Julius has a setting for automatically doing citywide screenshots periodically. For all I know, that changes some kind of checksum that's used to calculate that, but no, just one across the whole time. Lucky me. Okay, how much more population do we really need? These all look relatively full of people. So I'd say we need just shy of 2,000 people. Maybe just shy of 1,800 people. So I reckon like 10 fruit farms, a bunch of castle will take care of everything. I just use this for a final block. There's nowhere else I can do a much more modest block, is there? No, and another question would be, do I want to? And the answer would be no, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We'll just overproduce the food here. I could even shove the excess fruit into a warehouse and set this warehouse to getting so I have more fruit for export. It's not a terrible idea, but it's not a great idea either. It's unnecessary. Look at our money. The taxation that we make. Oh god, look at that! I can pay off Caesar all of his money every year. I won't, but I could. Here, have some of your money. I'm working on your meat, but it's difficult, lemon difficult, especially when you forget to put down the freaking warehouse for them. Work on the double, folks. Caesar wants his meat. Bum ba da bum bum bum. Du, 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 du. This is definitely not an efficient way to put down all of this, but I don't think that really matters here. One nice thing about doing fruit farms instead of wheat farms is that fruit farms are considered desirable neighbors. Don't want to build out too far in that direction, but on the other hand, it would be nice to be able to fortify this with towers, so I will build a little bit closer to it. Oh, how do these people get water? Do these people get water? Yeah. But also no. Tough. It's nowhere near close enough for what I want to do, huh? How can I ensure that you get labor access? This bears thought. It's impressive how many different cool aspects of difficulty are on this map. Water access is one very cool way to add difficulty to your map. And getting water in the right places here is proving to be troublesome. So the closest I can get a... I'll let you fill up. There we go. The closest I can get water access for you is there. So the closest I could have a building is here, which is just not quite where you need to be. I could zigzag this road. It would be awkward, but it would be doable. Give me the water overlay. Let me think, that's going to come out by 1... Let's see, it can water you, and water you. So if it's able to water this square gets it by extension, and then we go over to you. Boy, this is weird. Okay. Mergers somewhere along here are vital. Just looking really closely. There's almost no mergers available here, but there is one available right here. And possibly there. That's going to have to suffice. What about over here? Fountains even have reduced range on desert maps, making this even more uncomfortable for everybody involved, especially me. Just hear my chair creak as I look as close as possible at the screen to see where works and where does not. Alright, that should do it. Cool. I'm loving this map so much. Not even joking. I want it to at least look like it blends into where the patricians are, so I want it to come all the way out, even though this is a larger loop than I really should have. Reasonable chance that some of these fruit farms don't get access to labor, but that's just a problem or risk I'm gonna have to live with. I will make an extra place for fruits here though, just in case. There's definitely going to be overproduction. I need to tighten up this chair or something. I've hated this chair since the moment I got it. I don't know why I still have it though. It's not like I threw out my old Marcus. I should be bringing it back. But, you know, I want my money's worth. Even if it means using something I hate. Don't know what to do with my mouse, though. I've got that god-awful... well, I suppose it's not awful, it's just nowhere near as good as the Logitech mouse. I forget its name, because I can't look underneath it to check anymore. Alright. He should be able to take care of everything from there. It's unlikely he'd fail at it, but just in case. Put you here. Put you here. Slam down a doctor somewhere. Ugh, I'm sure a place will come available for you in due time. Prosperity's at 95. Just purge a few small tents and we're done. How about that meat? Oh, I'm close! I might just be able to get Caesar's meat, meaning I will have met all of Caesar's requests within the time frame he demands it. Here, have the marble as well. And I have enough money to give Caesar a luxurious gift, which will make him ultra happy. Also, what's the odds these things are going to burst into flames? Really freaking high, apparently. Alright, man. This is one of the problems of building far away from the immigration point when... well, when doing anything here. There we go, now the prefects are getting to work. Good thing farms are so cheap. Alright, nice mergers. What'll I do now? It's not like I need a ton of people living here. I'm just going to slam down a lot of houses and delete the ones that don't merge. I certainly have more space than I need here, so I can afford to be frivolous. And the desirability isn't going to be so bad that it impacts anything on these. The only thing it could reasonably impact very poorly is the are the walker patterns, and that would be kind of bad, but whatever. I can water all these people, this is fine. I missed that. Whoa, I missed all of this. I forgot to set these guys up for mergers. Also, I have overemployment, so that's fine. We just take it away from these libraries. Yeah. Have an oracle and get off my back. They're not merging because they're growing up too disjointedly. I need them all to be small casa for this to work, and they're not going all the way to small casa. Come on. Ah, we'll get there. Right, we cut it fine, but we will ship off the meat for Caesar. Meaning I don't need to have that not exporting anymore. Kinda blows for this, though. Look at that, my poor patricians are going to struggle on getting their meat for a wee bit. But only a wee bit. I'm sure we'll be fine. I can destroy all of this. It's just hurting my prosperity and has nothing to gain for it. Just hope that Caesar doesn't come back and ask for even more fish. It'd be nasty of him. Yeah, exactly. Water your Romans regularly. Give them plenty of sunlight. And they'll make your air lovely and nice to breathe. Oh wait, not so sure about that. What was Roman air quality like? I wonder if it was worse than ours. That'd be pretty intense. I don't want to think about air quality. Puts me in mind of being back in Krakow. Never again. There we go. Rome gets his 60 wee herrings for Toga Boy. Gotta be careful. I need to make sure that I don't end up with a huge amount of small tents at the turn of the year, because that will crush my prosperity, and I'm too close to the end to afford a prosperity drop. Yeah, lots of wood smoke in the cooking. There was something brought up in Thermae Roma. The guy comes from Japan and didn't like the air quality, but... Right, fill up, folks, fill up. The cost of wine has gone up, but that is far from my problem. Pathetic mergers here. Could you do better than that, please? The answer is yes, they can. Considerably better. Purge the 1x1s, and I'm not at the point where I even care about squeezing every single merger that I can out here. That said, if I can get them easily, I will get them easily. How many casa did I need to get to the end? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 is like 680, so 700, 200, okay. 20 odd of them should be fine, surely. Surely, he says. Bum, bum, ba-da, ba-da, bum. Four markets is overkill, but it's not like we're worried about overkill at the moment. We need a god. Mercury is naturally exalted, but this is up in our good growing area, so if anybody, it's going to be Ceres. Ba-ba-da. Here you go, Ceres. Actually, I have another idea. I'm going to put Ceres over here next to where all the farms are. And then I think I'll put Venus. Yeah, because my people are always so happy to pay me taxes. I'll put Venus down here. Splendiferous. A lot of failures over here to merge. Speaking of failures, that's what you are as well. We're in September. I need these places to evolve somewhat rapidly. They've got religion, they've got entertainment, they've got education, they've got markets and a full granary, so it's just a case of dutifully watering my Romans. What a horrible place for that water, but I see no better. Bum, ba, ba, da, bum. Yeah, that should work for you. And it's very important that we have our setup so we can actually water these guys way out here. And there we go. Splash! Oh boy! God, why is my army still so shattered? Never terribly thrilled to be seeing instant attacks from the Pajama Warriors. But fortunately, my heavy infantry are ready, and if there's one good counter to the Pajama Warriors, it's heavy infantry that are in place. And very specifically, not heavy infantry that are not in place. Oh god, they're ignoring my men. Don't let them do that. Okay, I think they were just trying to turn around because it was too much of a choke point, but that can be a very serious problem for your armies, where these guys just ignore you and they rush your city, and then you end up in a very, very bad situation. Alright, there we go. Pajama warriors are dispatched. Caesar can have that ridiculous... Actually, maybe I'll save that for winning the game. December. I might take a prosperity hit due to all these tents that I have. They are happily growing. Although these people complain about this severe lack of edutainment. Let's see, prosperity is at 95 currently, and it goes up at the turn of the year, or down rather. Oh, whoa, it did go up to 100. Sweet, these luxury palaces are doing me a solid then. Nice. Alright, we should have everything we need for glorious victory then. You ever played Unreal World? Nope, don't know anything about it. Emigration. People are not happy with my exorbitant taxes. That's okay, I'll drop the taxes to keep people happy. And you know what people also love? A nice big festival to Venus. Maybe just a small one, actually. Gotta leave people wanting. That's not a desirable place to live. I'll give you some garden. I worry that the librarian isn't going to make it over to you. Should be easily enough sorted with another librarian. Maybe even another librarian. Again, gotta leave them wanting. There we go. Lovely break of the day-to-day life grind, and there we go. They would retreat to their fort after a while anyway if you accidentally leave them outstanding there, because their morale would break and then away they'd go. Come on, librarians, stop wasting everybody's time. Maybe the school kids will help us out. One thing about school kids is they are fast, so they get to their destination quickly. Just don't know where their destination's going to be. Education, school. Useless. There we go. Plenty of small casa. Whether or not this is enough to reach the population goal, I don't actually know. The game is not kind enough to give you a counter on how many buildings of all sorts you have. Caesar's very unhappy at me not delivering that 10,000 loan. Alright, Caesar, you can have it. I was planning on finishing the game with it, but that'll do. And all that overproduction of fruit we will bring down here, so I will tell this guy to go and get fruit. And one other decision to make is... what do we do about this? Here's what we do about this. I'm hesitating a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't, but I am. I said I wanted no tents, casa only around here. So I want to get rid of this tent. Cutting away 2 of my 3 fisheries that I use for the stuff that goes towards the Patricians seems like a very bad idea, though. Cutting off the dock even more so. There's no way I can upgrade this to casa level. Could get around a lot by manipulating this, though. It's fraught with downsides, but let's do this. Now, what did I get rid of? I believe it was a fruit farm. I don't need the military academy anymore, but it feels wrong to not have one. I lost an oracle. And I'm not keen to be without that oracle. That said, I like the idea that there's a walking path up there. Let's see how people feel about the Oracle loss here. I might not lose any desirability of note. Oh boy, these people hate where they live. Oh, they lost a fountain? That should be easy to solve. Why am I under attack again? Jeez, lay off the attacks. Alright, there we go. Just need 1,000 more people in here and we're good to go. Do we have space for 1,000? 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. So let's say there's 50 spaces in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah. We've won as long as pretty much nothing changes. And you know what? The city looks pretty good. These libraries don't look good, that's for sure, but, you know, ignoring that, and I'm good at ignoring things, it does look good. Governor Julio comes in to say, hi Jake and hi everyone. Well, hello to you too. Some of these might lose access to employees, because it's a bit of a trek for them to get over to these casa, but we'll see. Survival of the fittest and all that. What just came in? Yet more attacks. Of course there's more attacks. It'll take a bit of time for the immigrants to arrive here, so it is possible that I face horrific attacks and casualties before then, so let's make sure that our wall that got ravaged by Carthaginian elephants is soundly repaired. I was talking earlier about possibly building up towers. A little late in the day for that, but I wouldn't have minded some towers along here. Also wouldn't mind a wall that's more of a wall. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Ah, flood on in, my immigrant friends. Toga Boy's happy to get his vast amount of money, and now he wants weapons. Well, he's not going to get those weapons, because I should be finished within 3 years. Should, he says, a little unsure of himself. Maybe I could speed up immigration by throwing in a few more houses. They're not happy. Of course they're not happy. Nobody likes it when the slum comes to them. Good city, great map. Not often I pat myself in the back very hard, but this is so good. This entire area along the bay. I didn't think I'd end up making something so good. As long as I would just wish those libraries weren't there. Those libraries are horrible. This lower tax rate does mean I'm hemorrhaging money a bit. But that's fine, we've already got the money. Celebrate with a triumphal arch? No, I'm going to save both of those for coming back and prettifying this city. Making it shine. How do people feel about me, by the way? Extremely pleased. Okay, good. As they should be. Whoops, let's get you all sorted out here. You're not very happy because you don't have fountain access. Once they become all casas, they should merge. Prosperity dipped down, probably because I lost money last year. Oh, when it's so high, it just says, oh, you're the talk of the world, or whatnot. And yes, as long as I have a prosperous year now, we'll be a-okay. People aren't going to be very happy with the tax rate together with the unemployment rate. I really don't want to put down unemployment sponging buildings, it's so hideous, but need to claw that victory out. Once I stabilize demographics, that's when this becomes, well, this stops being a thing, these hideous spammed buildings. But libraries are really good for sponging up unemployment. And as I said, so are prefects. Prefects are more tile dense, but you usually can't put 4 in a square like you can with a library. Hey Jake, how's the city building going, says Gamer. Are you watching out for them hungry hippos? They are a part of some of the maps and a threat sometimes. I believe that's a Pharaoh issue, not a whatever I'm doing here issue. Come on, merge. There we go. With my taxes at the rate they are, it should be a shoo-in to make a good profit this year. We can even have a look at our patricians.
I love collecting tax from rich houses like these.
It's just April, they've already paid me 900 denarii a pop. Trying to think how else I could have designed this patrician block. It's hard to call it much of a block, but my hands were really tied because of the placement of the Senate. The Senate placement here really said don't do a loop. Also, the placement of the Hippodrome said don't do a loop. And the Colosseum, of course. Because your walkers from the entertainment buildings would not get over here, not reasonably. So you'd need destination walkers from the Lion Pit, the actor colony and such. How else could this have been done? Could I have shoved another one of these in? No, not with the layout that I have here. Ah well, I should be satisfied with 5. Sometimes less is more. Some people can put truly jaw-dropping numbers of patricians into a map. Yeah, the only aggressive wildlife in this game is wolves, and they're seldom much of a problem. Does this count as forced walkers, or is it another thing entirely? I have no forced walkers in this at all. I have destination walkers, that would be actors going to the theatre or lions going to the Colosseum. But I don't use forced walkers. I don't like using them. Is this the only attack? I thought there were... No, it is the only attack coming in. Well, that's good news. Go, my heavy infantry friends. Maybe don't go that aggressively. Hold back a bit. There we go, we Romans fear nothing but a lack of garum. Whoa! What the hell? I did not notice them come through this way. That's a problem. That's a problem for my peace rating. And my prosperity rating. Whoa, Christ. Stop them, stop them, stop them. The heavy infantry will be fine. Go and block the advance. I'm sure the heavy infantry will be fine. But do stop the advance. Uh-oh. Don't know what you destroyed, but please stop destroying it. Holy smokes, that was terrifying. Did not expect them to wrap around me the way they did, but they absolutely did. Yeah, they just need to take out a few walls here, and then I was in a bad state, huh? Okay, well, don't sweat it. Wine workshop and a warehouse got taken out. What was this warehouse for? I think it was just for olives. Wine workshop, market, and large hovel would have been a large casa. Phew! I'll never get too complacent. Probably should have walled this thing into oblivion, but I have noticed these Carthaginians, they do destroy my walls in no time flat. And I believe there were some oil workshops here. Phew. Oh, God. In with the clips, I see. Wee clippy clips over here. Right, people are not going to be happy about my tax rate if I don't sponge up some of this unemployment. Makes me wish I had native trading posts to help with that. But libraries will have to suffice. Alright, we're so close on the everything, really. It's just the population. As long as my prosperity doesn't tank, we should be good. We've got the merger here that we needed. I'd like it to advance beyond large tent, though. There were 4 oil workshops. The reservoir was a bit further back. Yeah, it's not a biggie, though. Look at all this oil we've got. Okay, turn of the month will dictate everything. We've hit population. We didn't lose all of our peace, thankfully. It's all about that prosperity. Hopefully it goes up to 100. There's no reason that it shouldn't, because society is all casa and palace. And we ran numbers earlier saying that it's A-okay. So there we go. This map is now done. My army is in shambles thanks to that attack, and what a final attack it was. Shame on me for not defending this better, but it was also dangerous for me to build so close to an attack point. But we are done. We are doner than done. Not a single tent. Casa, 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 casa. If you can see anything shy of a casa, let me know. We even got away with getting rid of the tents here. The workshops are still working, getting their labor from the casa over here. The dock is working. The wharves are not working, but not my problem. Barracks is working. This is all working. Nice. I've really done a great job with this city. There's certainly room for improvement, but that improvement can be done when I'm not under the pressure of the timer and attacks and everything else. Oh man, this could have been so much more if this earthquake hadn't just ripped apart 3/4 of the usable space here. This would have been a wonderful addition to the city. As it stands, it's a bit lackluster, but you know, you work around what you have. When we're doing things live, we can't always have things go exactly the way we want them to. Well, maybe sometimes. The Patrician block isn't amazing in and itself. The fact that we've got it under these conditions is really good. That's a lot of very dense desirability. The Senate was placed here before the map even started and we couldn't move it. And there's not really an inch of space to spare, is there? You couldn't even jam in an extra prefect here. You couldn't even jam in an extra prefect here, it's so tight. The logistics of this map were really challenging. There were a lot of different places that you could make your wine and your oil. None of them were great, but I elected to do it here. And even then we were able to squeeze out a little bit of fruit production. Starting to wonder if it wasn't enough fruit production, because the granary's empty. That's okay though, we could easily switch more olives for more fruit, not a problem. There's a large tent where there was last an attack. It did not evolve yet. No tents in my city. This is just whatever, frankly. This, again, could be so much more. There's a lot more space to build the plantations, the farms with. But again, water is a problem. How do you water these people? You don't. I think this is the closest you can get a reservoir. And if we don't want anything shy of tents, then actually you could do it a different way. Rather than have the farms go along this way, you could have them go up and down this way. That way they can loop down here easier, then they can loop down here easier. Yeah, there was a different... If I'd been thinking about the water, I would have set this up differently. But nah, we were done. I love the look of this. In fact, this will be what I use for the cover of the image on YouTube, I think. I'll certainly purge the libraries, but this will be a lovely looking thing. Sujizima's done a great job with the map, no doubt, but it's time to put this one to bed. So, save map, Carthago, Restituit. Done in one go. No saving and reloading whatsoever. A couple of those fights got real hairy, so it felt like the game was listening to me when I said that things were a bit too easy. Toga Boy, you can have a slave. There you go. Done and done right. No, Frankie Vesna, this map came with 1 Colosseum, 1 Hippodrome, and 1 Senate, placed according to the historical map of Carthage, and we were not permitted to make any more of them. So if any of them got destroyed, that would be game, set, and match. Once again, you've proven yourself to be one of Rome's finest governors. I take issue with that one of. I am the best at this game. At least the best person that live streams it. There are better people, the golden oldies of the community who, oh man, God, they must be so old. I must be so old. Anyway, they do amazing things, but I would love to see it done live. I can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief after that. That was a challenging map. About 20-30% into that map, I thought, it's not as difficult as I thought, and then the shoe was on the other foot. Do I already have the map file here? Let's see if I can find it. What would it be called anyway? Just Carthage Restituit? Okay, hold on one flow-breaking moment, because I have it somewhere here. Carthago Restituit.map file into my Caesar 3 directory. Over you go, and then now if I try and load it up. Love that. See, a modern game would want me to reload the whole game to access this. This is the map file that was used to create the map. You'll notice that the Senate and the Hippodrome and the Colosseum aren't there. Would have been an interesting change in difficulty not to have the fertile land under them, because you can build farms adjacent to fertile land, meaning I was able to squeeze out, 7 or 8 farms around the entertainment district. That was a huge deal. Moved all of my farming industry over there, and was able to provide the food for the Patricians and a few errant casa. Definitely would have spiced things up if that were the case. We can see the entry points for the attacks here, here. A lot more attack places than I was considering. I knew this would be an attack area. I didn't think this would be an attack area. I thought it was possible, but I also thought, why? You've already got the natives here, so you wouldn't build anything. This took me by surprise. Maybe the road should have been a giveaway. This was expected, but I didn't expect it to be right on the corner here. That's part of the reason they just started funneling in here on the final attack, causing me great issues. This was telegraphed to definitely be an attack point. I thought this might have been as well, but it might as well be the same. I thought it would be one or the other here, not both. The attack coming in here right when I built up my fishing industry was a kick in the gonards. And here's the earthquake, the one that ripped apart my second plebeian build. Pain. Okay, Jake, I'm a little scuffed at how many farms you got in at the Hippodrome and the 4 mines at the front. Without that, you make industry at the earthquake part, which has only the other dock placement. Was it not intentional then to be able to set up 2 marble mines here? Because even if I could only fit 1 mine here, I'd do 1 mine here, 2 here for 3, and that covers almost all of the initial marble exports. That would have been fine. And I know there was somewhere else. Oh yeah, you could do more of it here. So even without the 4 there, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's plenty. So it was a convenience to get 4 miners here, but not a necessity. I wouldn't actually say it even changed anything. Just put down a tent and a warehouse and that. You've got it sorted over there. You only make industry at the earthquake part, which has the only other dock placement. Was this an intended dock placement then? Because it struck me as the best place for a dock. Carthage, I think historical dock would be here, but I saw that as cutting too much into my food production. It's not just the 3x3 that the dock takes up, but also you'd need to have the warehouses close by. I wouldn't be able to have my granary in ideally positioned. I saw this as being a must-have for the fishing. Plus, look at these fishing points. The sheer output you get from having your docks so close to those is amazing. Intended for early, I thought no one would long-term it because it's too close to the edge. Because of the placement of the... because of the shrubbery here, I did not think that you would place the attack point south of the entry point. I mean, you could have, but I figured it was much more likely to be up here. So I just wanted to hug the water and wall it up. That was my glorious logic there, and it worked out. If it hadn't worked out, what would I have done? So if this area was just do not build, too dangerous, I would have put the dock here, definitely, and then I would have lost all my industry when the earthquake hit, so thank God that didn't happen. This is a no-go, it's too close to the edge. Yeah, okay, in that case dock would go here once it gets destroyed there. That would have cut into the sheer amount of plebs that I could fit in here then. Interesting. Love this map though. I mean, I've played a lot of Caesar 3 maps by now. This map had me so excited, I couldn't wait to play this. I went to bed early last night just so I could sleep so that today would come faster, so I could play this map faster. That's how excited I was for this map. And it lived up to expectations. I was very happy with this. Again, about the 20-30% mark, I thought, oh, this is a bit easy, but oh no, this level really swung around. I'm honestly hard-pressed to say what I would improve on the map design. I'm not a map maker, so, you know, what good's a critic? You clearly don't need my advice here. This map was terrific, and to think this is the first Caesar 3 map you've made, unbelievable. Someone else did that. They came in with a map that was amazing, and they were like, oh, this is my first map. I just jaw-dropped at how good it was. Yeah, amazing. Thank goodness there wasn't native trading. That would have broke the economy of the map. Just never have native trading. If you're going to have native huts, the big huts... Hold on. Native centers. If you're going to have these, do not have mission posts. And if you want to have mission posts, don't have these. Because if you can do native trading, you can break the economy of the map. Sometimes that's not the case if they're in awkward places, where you can't have nearby warehouses, but you gotta know your stuff to know that. Otherwise, lovely map. Let's just ruin it a bit. Let's get angry. Blah! I'll never make anything this good, so no one can have this. Alright, there we go. Satisfied. I want to look at my map again, it was so good. Where are we? Where are we? Restituit. Ah. And this will be what I use for the screenshot, but I don't like all of these libraries here. Yeah, looking good. Looking damn good. Actually, I can do better than that. I think it's Alt F12? Citywide screenshot, or is it Control F12? There we go. Full city screenshot, Control F12 on Julius. And just pick apart that for the screenshot. Some of the bits of the city look ugly. But I will almost certainly, and I won't do this on stream because it's long and boring, and although people say they want it, I don't want it. There are things to fix in the city. Look at these demographics. Everyone over 50 retires and no longer works. In 20 years, we're going to have a demographic nightmare. There won't be enough people to work. So many old people. That becomes a problem. Don't you know it? It's just a problem you gotta write out, and there are ways to write it out. Takes hours though. Like I said, long and drawn out and boring, but I will do it and I'll tidy up the city. Thank you ever so much, Citizenema, for this map. It was amazing, and that was 6 hours of a truly glorious Wednesday. I'll be back tomorrow to hopefully have an equally enjoyable time with Long Dark, and then on Friday I'll have a horrible time. Did I say tomorrow's Wednesday? Tomorrow's Thursday. But I'll be back on Friday as well to have a truly horrible time because we've got our punishment game, Divine Empires. Doesn't look good. And I've got to go to the dentist before that, so I could be doing the whole stream talking like this. But that is a problem for future Jake. For current Jake, I'm going to make myself some victory dinner. So until later, it's a cheers. Especially to Sudazima, let's be honest. But most importantly to me for building this awesome city. And a cheerio.
I love collecting tax from rich houses like these.